Chapter 286. After comforting Lu Xia, Gu Fei didn't forget about Tsubasa Sakuratsuka and the others. Although he had already left, he sent them a message. You guys are in a dangerous situation, do you know that? Gu Fei directly sent the message to Tsubasa Sakuratsuka. What's wrong? Tsubasa Sakuratsuka didn't understand. Boundless Mangmang, she has a lot of enemies here. Gu Fei said. Oh. That's great, I'll protect her. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka was actually very excited. He seemed to treat this as a great opportunity to show off. More than you can imagine. Gu Fei really wanted to ignore this guy and just let him die. Oh, a lot. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka finally understood the severity of the problem from Gu Fei's words. Probably, as many as the entire city's population during the open beta. Gu Fei's words were still very cautious. Previously, the guild's arrogance was already a thing of the open beta. After the official launch of the game, the large number of players that flooded in obviously wouldn't have any direct hatred towards her. Yu Zai, what's wrong? This time, Gu Fei didn't receive a reply. He only heard a series of hurried shouts coming from the other side of the street. Take care. Gu Fei finally sent a message to Tsubasa Sakuratsuka, and then went offline with Lu Xia at the revival point. On this side, Tsubasa Sakuratsuka finally came back to his senses after hearing the shouts of his brothers. When he looked at Boundless Mangmang again, it was as if he was looking at a great person. To be able to offend the entire city, if this wasn't a great person, then what was? Boundless Mangmang was also looking at him. Finally, she looked at the group of people, smiled and said, You guys have fun, I'm going offline first. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka was startled. Although Boundless Mangmang was a girl, she was the online gaming madman type. Her daily online time was also very gorgeous, but today she actually wanted to log off so early. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka might be a pervert, but he was not stupid at all. At this moment, he had already thought of something, and he was very willing to imagine it in a good direction. Therefore, he was completely touched. He wanted nothing more than to go up and give her a big hug, but he did not dare to. Let's go. Vast Mang waved at them, turned around, and headed towards the offline area. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka was startled for a moment before he hurriedly chased after her. Let me send you off. There's no need for that. Boundless Mangmang said. Yes, just in case. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka didn't finish his sentence. He knew that Mangmang could understand him. As expected, Mangmang didn't say anything else, nor did he reject Tsubasa Sakuratsuka. The two of them left in silence, leaving Fireball and Mangmang with their backs. Prioritizing a lover over a friend. Tsubasa, you're really a role model for our generation. Everyone sighed. Damn, why is it that Tsubasa is so perverted, yet he can pick up girls? I'm so handsome, yet no one appreciates me. There were also some who felt indignant. Work hard, it's rare to come to a new place. Hurry up and start your business. What business? Everyone here has their faces covered. We can't even tell if they're beautiful or not. Sigh, that's a problem. The group of people were momentarily disappointed. Speaking of which, we're only staying here for a day. Why do we have to be so detailed? We can just play around. Someone suggested. Yes, that makes sense. The others agreed. There's a target up ahead. One of them immediately shouted and pointed. On the opposite side of the street, 3 girls with their faces covered gracefully walked by. The group of people saluted them with their gazes and commented, since we can't see their faces, we should pay more attention to their figures. These 3 are not bad. Then why aren't we making a move? Hurry. The group of people quickly began their hunting and teasing operation. The next day, Gu Fei went online rather early. It was rare for him to come to Moonlit Night City, so Gu Fei felt that he shouldn't waste it. In a main city where PvP was rampant, the popularity of the wanted quest market was foreseeable. What was even more adorable was that the players in Moonlit Night City might have average equipment, but their PvP skills were much better than the average players. Gu Fei was full of joy and was about to rush to the wanted quest office when a message came through. Gu Fei opened it and saw that it was Fireball. "Brother Drunk, hurry and save me." These few words made Gu Fei feel Fireball's hoarse voice. Moreover, Gu Fei had already somewhat foreseen this situation. He hurriedly replied, "What's wrong? Are you being chased? How do you know?" Fireball was surprised. Gu Fei had miraculously challenged his knowledge again and again. "Didn't I already warn Tsubasa? Why didn't you guys pay attention?" Gu Fei said. Fireball, who was already being chased, obviously understood the whole story. At this time, he cried, "I already went offline, but I was blocked." Last night, Tsubasa Sakuratsuka accompanied Boundless Mang to go offline at the resurrection point. However, Boundless Mang was too famous and had long since been targeted by others. Just as they were about to reach the resurrection point, the other side gathered people and blocked the two of them. Boundless Mang had left Moonlit Night City for a while now, so the players' hatred towards her wasn't that strong. However, a few days ago, Yun Zhongmu and his group went to Cloud City to attend Gu Fei's meet and greet. They met Silvermoon and wanted to take advantage of the situation. In the end, they fell right into the trap that Silvermoon had set for Child Elite Group and were killed. Yun Zhongmu was now considered an overlord and hadn't suffered such a loss in a long time. This old hatred naturally became fresh and spicy. Fortunately, he was busy participating in the tournament, so this matter was put on hold for now. Now that the tournament was over, this matter was put on the agenda. Silvermoon couldn't survive in Moonlit Night City and ran to Cloud City to develop. As for Yun Zhongmu's friends, Unsmiler and the others who were originally in Cloud City, because they weren't doing well in Cloud City, they ran to Moonlit Night City to join Yun Zhongmu. If Yun Zhongmu had some understanding of Cloud City in the past, then he knew nothing now. He had no idea how Silvermoon's development in Cloud City was or how much strength she had. From the contact that day, it seemed that she had some manpower. This caused Yun Zhongmu to be unable to decide how many people to send. If he sent too few, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with them. If he sent too many, he was afraid that the other players in Cloud City would misunderstand. Silvermoon was very sinister and was very good at using external forces, so he couldn't be careless. Later, he gathered a few people and prepared to go to Cloud City to scout for information. In the end, these people came back halfway and said that the road from Moonlit Night City to Cloud City was cut off and couldn't go. This was something that only the system could do. Yun Zhongmu didn't know what this was about, so his plan against Silvermoon could only be put on hold for now. These few days, he was also busy researching the quests that their guild received during the tournament. However, someone claimed to have seen Boundless Mang return to Moonlit Night City, so the pursuit began again. When Gu Fei came online, Tsubasa Sakuratsuka, Boundless Mang, and Fireball had already been on the run for an entire night and day. Fortunately, Boundless Mang had accumulated a lot of experience when she was a street rat in Moonlit Night City. She was very experienced in escaping through the streets and alleys. With Tsubasa Sakuratsuka and a bunch of trap experts in the team, they managed to drag it out until now. Unfortunately, all the respawn points and city gates in the city were already occupied by the other side. The players who passed by were even asked to take off their masks for inspection. With the power of Yun Zhongmu and the 10 Guild Alliance, no players dared to resist. Moreover, Boundless Mang wasn't a popular character here. As soon as they said that they were here to capture her, the players were very cooperative. If this doesn't work, we'll have to forcefully log off. I'm so tired. Fireball messaged Gu Fei. Where are they now? Gu Fei asked. Fireball reported the coordinates. Brother Drunk, we're counting on you. Help us kill a way out. Hee hee. Gu Fei only laughed. He tidied up his equipment and copied the style of the players in Moonlit Night City. He took out a cloth to cover his face and ran towards the coordinates Fireball gave him. Let me know if you're changing locations. Gu Fei messaged Fireball. Fireball didn't have time to reply because they were once again exchanging fire with the enemy. Fireball's Great Hunt mercenary group was completely based on their guild. It was similar to the relationship between the Four Seas mercenary group and Reigning the Four Seas. Currently, the mercenary group was level 2 with a total of 40 people. All of them had come to participate in this mission, but after a day of being chased, blocked, and killed, there were only 18 people left. The other 22 had died heroically and returned to the resurrection point, calmly logging off to sleep. Let's go. Boundless Mang led the way. The traps had already been set up behind them. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka looked at Fireball in confusion. I'm so curious. 22 people have died. Why isn't it your turn yet? If it was just Sakurazuka Tsukasa and his group of archers, it might not be difficult for them to escape. However, because of the vast expanse of grass and the two unusual creatures, the Fireball, their speed was slowed down. They could only rely on the traps to make up for it. Along the way, they heard countless screams of their opponents stepping on traps. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka and the others realized that it wasn't difficult to use traps against this group of people. It seemed like the straightforward style of Moonlit City had caused the players here to dislike passive attacks like traps. There weren't many people who practiced it, so naturally, they didn't come into contact with traps in PvP. Many people hadn't even seen traps before. That idiot Hakuba Ruayu had once foolishly placed a trap on a bluestone slab. In the end, it was stepped on by someone. This made Tsubasa Sakuratsuka very confused. Not good. Boundless Mang, who was leading the way, suddenly shouted. Why is there no way out? Boundless Mang looked around. The direction she and the others were rushing towards was a dead end. We used to be able to leave this place. Did they change it? Or did I remember wrongly? Boundless Mang had been away from Moonlit City for a long time, so she was a little unsure of herself. Damn it, we can only fight it out now. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka led the group back in a very imposing manner. There were traps at the intersection ahead. The enemies were chasing them from two directions. They had no way out. Brother Zue, we're at XXXX. There's no way out. Fireball replied to Gu Fei's message regretfully. Huh. What a coincidence, I'm just passing by. Gu Fei replied. Butterfly Knot, it's not easy to come to Moonlit City. My thoughts are surprisingly similar to Comrade Gu Fei's. Chapter 287. Fireball hurriedly looked around for Gu Fei's figure, but Gu Fei was nowhere to be found. The enemies had already rushed out from two different directions and met up at the intersection. Then there was a series of A person beside Fireball spat on the ground and cursed, "Why are you always screaming like that? It's not like you're a girl. It's disgusting. Cut the crap and fire." Tsubasa Sakuratsuka yelled. Seeing that there was no way out, it was normal for people to want to drag a few more scapegoats down with them when they were about to die. An archer's volley was quite scary in a street fight. It was impossible to dodge in a narrow space. The people at the intersection were hit by arrows. Two of them were unlucky and were hit by more arrows and died on the spot. However, the players of Moonlit Night City were very skilled in PvP. They didn't panic even when they were trapped and attacked by archers. A few heavy armored warriors pushed their shields to the front of the team. Everyone crouched down. Advance. With the order, everyone moved forward behind their shields. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka's arrows hit the shields and caused a burst of white light. Unfortunately, they weren't killed. It was the enemy's priest who was working hard. Fireball. What are you doing? Tsubasa Sakuratsuka yelled. Normal heavy armored warriors only had high physical defense. The attacks of an archer were insignificant in front of him, but the spells of a mage were still very powerful. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka only had one mage in his team, Fireball. He didn't attack but looked around in a daze. What can I do? Fireball smiled bitterly and raised his staff to cast 1,000 layers of flames. As expected, the enemy didn't care about a mage's spells at all. The priest continued to work hard and the team pushed forward. Focus fire, the one on the left. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka waved his hand. In fact, even if they were able to instantly kill them with a volley of arrows, it wouldn't be of any use. The enemy troops had already squeezed into the streets. Sending the heavy soldiers to the front was just to reduce the number of casualties on their side. Even if they were to charge forward with their butts bare, they would be able to drown Sakurazuka and the rest. Forget it, die, die. I'm so sleepy, I'm going to log off and sleep. Someone said as he stretched. He was too lazy to shoot any more arrows. Useless. Sakurazuka Tsutomu looked at him with disdain. Fireball threw 2 more spells, but the results were the same as if he hadn't thrown any. Seeing that the enemy was getting closer and closer, he looked up at the sky and sighed. Brother Zoe, aren't you just passing by? Where are you passing by? Here. Gu Fei's voice came from the sky. Following that, a bolt of lightning flashed on the flat ground of the street, and a net of lightning and fire interweaved instantly formed. The people of the 10 Meetings Alliance were still pushing their shields and charging forward. It was firmly pressed against the net. A loud noise rang out. At this moment, the row of heavy armored soldiers were like beef thrown on a red-hot iron plate. They began to emit green smoke, and at the same time, electric sparks continuously flashed around their bodies. The color was mainly yellow and blue. The entire row of people was shocked to the point that their lips were trembling. The people behind them were also frightened. Someone reached out to pull, but was slapped away by another person who had very common sense. Be careful, there's electricity. Then what should we do? We have to use something insulated. This person was a thief. He immediately took out a big wooden stick that every thief had, a staggering blow skill, and hit the arm of the person in front of him that was holding the shield. The person turned his head, and with trembling lips, he tried his best to say, "Fuck your mother." What do we do? Everyone panicked. They used their hands to pull because they were afraid that electricity would be conductive, and they used an insulating wooden stick, but they still couldn't save the person. The research work of unfamiliar skills was always so difficult. All skills have a time limit. Let's wait. Someone suggested. Therefore, the row of heavy armored soldiers who were convulsing all turned around and glared at that person. Their lips trembled as they cursed in unison. Fuck your mother. Where did this thing come from? Someone thought of a good way to solve the source of evil. Everyone looked around, and some people looked up. Therefore, they also saw Gu Fei on the roof, holding a purplish-black longsword, masked, and wearing a black robe. This appearance, this demeanor, why did it feel like they had seen it somewhere before? Some of the players who had participated in the great battle between the 10 Meetings Alliance and the former Dust Guild had vague thoughts in their minds. They were puzzled. Suddenly, everyone felt heat under their feet. Another 1,000 layers of flames? Cleric! Someone shouted. 1,000 layers of flames. It was indeed the 1,000 layers of flames. But this time, it wasn't fireballs, but Gu Fei's. The moment the flames rose, the person who had shouted for the cleric had already died. The originally crowded streets suddenly became like a honeycomb coal. The flames flickered and shot up from the position of the players who had been instantly killed. Ah! Someone cried out. Although this 1 second wasn't as clean as the heavenly wheel of fire that fell from the sky in front of the moonlit City Mage Academy, at this moment, countless people already remembered that scene. The group of PvP experts in Moonlit City had piked from level 30 to level 40, and so far, they had only seen one mage who could instantly kill a mage. It was too deep of an impression. Fireball was also taking advantage of the situation. This was really taking advantage of the situation. The fire that Gu Fei had set up hadn't even been extinguished yet, and Fireball had released another one. Although the power was incomparable, some of the players that Gu Fei hadn't instantly killed with a spell just now were burned by fireball. Retreat! Someone shouted. At this moment, the 1,000 layers of flames continued to burn on the ground. It was too terrifying. Everyone retreated, and the row of heavily armored warriors were pitifully left behind, continuing to stick to the wall of electricity and convulse. Gu Fei looked at the time. The wall of electricity lasted for 20 seconds, and these guys still had to draw for another 6 seconds. But speaking of which, Gu Fei remembered that when he first tried this skill on the streets of Cloud City, there were also players who reached out to touch it, but their fingers were immediately retracted after being electrocuted. He didn't see any of them being sucked in, so why were these guys? Is it because the area of contact is larger? Gu Fei analyzed. These guys had directly stuck their shields on it, so the area of contact was quite large. But this wall of electricity didn't seem to do much damage. After being electrocuted for so long, no one seemed to have died. Gu Fei sighed, and at the same time, he saw his mana starting to automatically recover, just like yesterday when he fought against the Suatu army. Looking down at the street below, as expected, the vast Mang Mang was raising his staff and casting a spell at him. The 10 Guild Alliance had already retreated outside of the range of the 1,000 layers of flames. The priests were frantically trying to save the injured, while the mages and archers began to attack Gu Fei on the roof. On the roof, Gu Fei ran with large strides, dodging the chain fireballs, picking off the homing arrows, and then lightly lifting his finger, he disappeared with a whoosh. These Moonlit Night City players naturally didn't know that Gu Fei had mastered the instant movement skill. Seeing him disappear into thin air, they were all stunned. But at this time, Gu Fei had already appeared beside them. The group of people were still looking up at the roof at a 45-degree angle. Gu Fei had already spread out his dual flame flash, and another circle of people disappeared. At this time, the wall of electricity finally ended, and the row of heavy warriors stopped convulsing, finally returning to peace. The few of them let out a long sigh, and wanted to hug each other and cry. Tsubasa Sakaratsuka saw that the wall of electricity had disappeared, but these guys were still not dead. He hurriedly called for everyone to launch a fierce attack. These people were indeed very badly electrocuted, but after all, they were still people with rich battle experience. At this time, they discovered that they weren't far from the opponents, and the opponents were all archers. As long as they got close, even though they were only heavy warriors, they could still take care of them. With this thought, the few of them very tacitly raised their shields in front of them, but this time, they didn't need to protect anyone behind them. The few of them bent down together, and were about to use charge to directly kill their way into the enemy's formation. In the end, the row of people stuck out their butts, but no one rushed out. The few of them were at a loss, and when they saw the situation, they all cursed, "Fuck, they're numb." Arrows fell like rain, landing on the shields with clanging sounds. Fireballs flaunted their might as they cast spells. At this time, the few of them didn't have the support of a priest, and they couldn't use charge to advance at high speed. They really didn't dare to push forward, and hurriedly turned around and retreated. Just as they retreated a few steps, they suddenly heard a crackling sound behind them. The few of them turned around to look, and couldn't help but start to tremble. Another wall of electricity was erected behind them again. Following that, they saw Gu Fei, who was killing everyone in their formation, suddenly disappear. The few of them didn't even have time to react, and the scorching flames had already poured over their bodies. Gu Fei flew behind them, and used a dual flame flash. No matter how heavy a warrior was, there was still a limit to their health. These people had endured so many disasters until now, and had long since been unable to bear the burden. In the end, they were met with a valiant attack like Gu Fei, and finally, they heroically sacrificed themselves with tears in their eyes. "Are you guys alright?" Gu Fei killed these guys, and turned around to ask Tsubasa Sakaratsuka and the others. "We're fine, these guys can't do anything to us." Tsubasa Sakaratsuka was full of himself, and let down Gu Fei's good intentions of coming to save them. "Brother Zue, they seem to be retreating, hurry up and retract your spell." Fireballs said. The opponents were indeed retreating. Gu Fei shook his head and said, "Let them retreat, I don't have any more power left." After saying that, he looked at the vast expanse. "This time, I don't seem to have recovered as much as yesterday." The vast expanse was also very helpless. "You rushed too far ahead, and exceeded the range of the skill." "Oh." Gu Fei was incomparably regretful, and finally asked, "What skill is it?" "Mana sacrifice, I'll give you my mana to use." The vast expanse replied. "Oh." Gu Fei responded again, and then carefully looked at the vast expanse. "You seem to be in a good mood." Chapter 288. Mang Mang was laughing. It was the kind of laughter that came from the bottom of her heart, so Gu Fei felt that she was in a good mood. Of course, this was strange. After being chased for a day and a night, how could she laugh so happily? Was there something wrong with her? Moreover, Gu Fei had never seen Mang Mang laugh like this. When they first met in Moonlit Night City, this woman's smile was arrogant and domineering. When they met again in Cloud City, Mang Mang in Cloud City didn't smile much. Her occasional smile was the most polite kind. After Gu Fei finished speaking, Sakurazuka Tsukuzi and the others also noticed it, especially Sakurazuka Tsukuzi. His stubbornness caused him to have more contact with boundless Mang Mang than Gu Fei, and his contact was also more detailed. He could also see that boundless Mang Mang's smile today was very different from the past, and she had been smiling like this for a day and a night already. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka suddenly felt a bit scared and couldn't help but say, "Yeah, you've been smiling. What are you so happy about?" "Is that so? Did I smile?" Mang Mang said with a smile. Everyone was speechless. "Forget it, let's go," Gu Fei said. When the electric wall disappeared, the group of people hurriedly walked to the intersection. As a result, when they looked around, the Ten Society Alliance did not completely retreat because of this. It was just that because of the sudden appearance of a strange and troublesome enemy like Gu Fei, they temporarily stopped their previous active contact. They also knew that this was a dead end, so they firmly guarded the two ends. When they saw a group of people walk out, they immediately became fully alert. At the same time, a voice was constantly repeating in their guild channel, 27,149. 27149 is back. 10 Guild Alliance, this was the name that the players gave to their organization. Yun Zhongmu and his brothers had gathered too many people, so many that even the top guilds couldn't accommodate so many people. In reality, they originally came from different guilds, but because of the existence of the Pre-Dust Guild during the open beta, they were forced into the same trench. Now that the Pre-Dust Guild had been defeated by them, the revolutionary friendship between them hadn't been broken. They were still brothers, and each led their own guilds to continue to unite together, forming this 10 Guild Alliance. Although this wasn't guaranteed by the system, it was truly maintained by the friendship between people. However, not having the support of the system was also a troublesome matter. For example, the shout of 27149 is here was being transmitted in all 10 guild channels, followed by the chaotic sounds of discussion. Everyone knew who the target of this hunt was, so it caused the current situation to be extremely confusing. In the minds of all those who had memories of the past, 27149 was clearly a righteous man who helped them defeat the bygone Dust Guild and overthrow Silvermoon and the vast expanse's tyrannical rule. How did he abandon himself to stand on the opposing side after not seeing him for more than a month? This was simply too puzzling. As the chief leader of the 10 Societies Alliance, Yun Zhongmu didn't need to personally lead a team to kill a few dozen people. However, after knowing that 27149 was involved, Yun Zhongmu took it very seriously. With the strength of the 10 Guild Alliance, there was no need for them to treat a single player so differently, but 27149 was an exception. Didn't they see him being used as a spokesperson in the official promotional video? This caused a lot of discussion in the game, and they suspected that this person's valiance was due to some sort of hidden nepotism. The higher-ups didn't have a definite answer for a long time. However, the underlings on the front lines of the battle could see Gu Fei walking towards them with his sword in hand. This was a legendary character. The banana peel he had just eaten looked extremely fierce when he threw it away casually. The players on the street couldn't help but take a step back. The player leading the team shouted in the channel, "Guild leader, what do we do?" After a short discussion between the leaders of the 10 guilds, the order was finally passed down: confirm his identity. How do we confirm it? The players asked. Ask. The answer was very simple. The order was carried out quickly. The leader of the players looked at Gu Fei, who was walking towards them, and immediately asked after receiving the order, 27149. Qianli is drunk. This was the only player on the level leaderboard, but his name was being sung all over the game. Gu Fei didn't have any reason to avoid it, so he just nodded. Gu Fei's answer was quickly reported to the higher-ups. After a short discussion between the higher-ups, Gu Fei's sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from the leader. He calmly gave the order, retreat. After countless PvP battles, the players of the 10 Guild Alliance had long developed the trait of completely obeying orders in group battles. As soon as they heard the leader's order, they immediately turned around and left. Hey, why are they leaving? Gu Fei was anxious. Our boss said. The leader glanced at Gu Fei, if it's you, then we have to give you face, so let's forget about it this time. Sigh. Gu Fei didn't know that he was so important, and he didn't know if it was too late to change his words, so he hurriedly said, actually, I'm not. The other side was startled and stopped. One moment he was, the next moment he wasn't. It was very confusing. It was obvious that if Gu Fei wasn't 27149, the trouble would continue. Everyone was willing to believe that he was 27,149, and they had already made it clear that they would give him face. This was clearly something that could be taken advantage of, but he suddenly changed his words. It was really puzzling. There was no lack of PvP fanatics in the game, but it was extremely rare to see someone as crazy as Gu Fei. Gu Fei was PvP with them, but Fireball and the others were thinking about how to escape. When they heard that the other side was giving Gu Fei face, they were relieved. They didn't expect Gu Fei to be so troublesome. Seeing that the other side was starting to hesitate again, Fireball immediately jumped out and jumped to Gu Fei's side and said, "Drunk bro, don't be funny. It's obvious that an outstanding talent like you is 27,149. Apart from you, who else would have such skills? Your black robe, sharp sword, get lost." Gu Fei couldn't take it anymore. The other side listened and smiled. Indeed, Gu Fei matched the legendary 27149. His image, temperament, and valiant instant kills were all in line. With his identity, it was unnecessary to even ask about him. As for why he suddenly didn't admit it, who knew? No matter how brave the 10 Guild Alliance's Moonlit City players were, they couldn't help but be a little selfish. Leveling wasn't easy, and no one was willing to drop levels. With a strong opponent like Gu Fei, it would be best if they didn't have to fight him. Even if they had to fight him, it would be best if they didn't have to fight him first. The leader didn't say anything else with this bit of selfishness. He waved his hand and left with his group of brothers. The players on the other end of the street seemed to have received orders from their superiors to lure people away. Gu Fei was very disappointed and silently put his sword back into his pocket. The players under Tsubasa Sakuratsuka were all dumbfounded. Not only was this person good at picking up girls, but his skills were also unbeatable. He only gave his name and the other side said that he wanted to give face and leave. Thinking about how the other side had pursued him for a day and night, and now. In their eyes, Gu Fei's image continued to grow taller, taller, taller. Helpless, Gu Fei turned around and looked at the crowd. He spread his hands and said, "Looks like it's fine. Be careful. Maybe they're waiting outside or at the entrance of the safe zone to ambush us." Tsubasa Sakuratsuka said. "They won't." Dazzling Mang shook his head and said, "Although these guys aren't good people, they always do what they say." Since they've already said it, it looks like they'll give you face today. Oh. Gu Fei nodded and didn't say anything. Sword Demon and Unscathed in Battle talked a lot about Yun Zhongmu's group. They all praised them for being hot-blooded, heroic, loyal, and manly. As for Gu Fei, honestly speaking, when he came into contact with Yun Zhongmu was also sneakily trying to ambush him. Sigh. People's personalities were really too complicated. Hearing that everything was fine, Tsubasa Sakuratsuka and the others finally relaxed. After running around for a day and night, they didn't have time to talk. Now that they finally had time, Tsubasa Sakuratsuka threw out the question that had been stuck in his stomach for the whole night. What kind of grudge do you have against them? So vicious. They had mobilized hundreds of people and chased after them for a day and night. This grudge was probably higher than the heavens. Dazzling Mang calmly said, "It's nothing. It's just like today. In the past, I also led a team to chase after them." "Oh. You used to be in that guild?" Tsubasa Sakuratsuka asked. The Moonlit Night City Guild War was currently the most intense conflict between players in the parallel world. It was quite famous, but for an outsider like Tsubasa Sakuratsuka, it had nothing to do with them. He only knew about this vague concept and didn't ask about the details. A former guild? Dazzling Mang bitterly smiled. Although he was looking at Tsubasa Sakuratsuka, his eyes began to blur. Disaster is coming. Let's go our separate ways. What? Tsubasa Sakuratsuka didn't quite understand. But Gu Fei understood, and he also understood the meaning of Dazzling Mang's strange smile. Companions. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka, Fireball. These wretched fellows didn't have any hot-bloodedness. In the face of danger, they didn't have any impassioned emotions. They only worked together to deal with this sudden pursuit. It was like when they met a beautiful girl, they would definitely chase after her and try to woo her. Pursuit, beautiful girl. To them, it was all just a farce. It was the spice of their game life. They were companions. Companions who found joy in the game together. Chapter 289. Just as Boundless Mang said, Yun Zhongrong and the others did what they said. When Gu Fei and the others passed through the streets and walked under the watchful eyes of everyone in Moonlit Night City, no one came up to cause trouble for them. Some of them looked very familiar. They seemed to be the ones who had been chasing them for the whole night. At this time, the two sides were less than 5 meters apart. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka and the others were still on guard, but they were smiling casually. "Are you going offline? Let's go together," someone even called out to them. Damn it, these bastards. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They were tired after running for a day and night, but it wasn't easy for the other side to chase after them. Of course, they had the advantage in numbers, so they could change shifts. However, Tsubasa Sakuratsuka did see some faces behind them. They were too persistent. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka and the others had sacrificed a total of 22 people, but the 10 Society Alliance had actually lost more players than them. They had all fallen into the trap by mistake. Then, Tsubasa Sakuratsuka saw that they had more time, so he ordered everyone to fire in unison, taking the levels of quite a few players. Log off. Let's rest. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka and the others were preparing to revive. What about tonight's quest? Gu Fei said in a daze. According to the schedule, after an hour, the main group should have set off for the next main city. If Tsubasa Sakuratsuka and the others logged off now, wouldn't that mean that they had given up on the quest? Brother Zui, didn't you hear what your leader said? They won't be leaving Moonlit Night City for now. It seems like their quest has some content that needs to be completed here. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka said. Really? What content? Gu Fei asked. I don't know. I've been on the run for an entire day. Where would I have the time to go to a meeting with them? Tsubasa Sakuratsuka said. Oh, then you guys go. Gu Fei waved at them. He had just logged on not long ago, so he obviously couldn't log off right now. Thus, the group of fellows chatted merrily as they left. Gu Fei had seen many players' resentful expressions after being piked, but he didn't expect these wretched guys to be so open-minded. Human nature was too complicated. Gu Fei could not help but lament again. After this matter was over, Gu Fei was about to hurry up and issue a wanted mission when he received another message. He opened it and saw that it was from the Sword Demon. Yun Zhongmu is treating us and specifically mentioned you. Can I come here for a moment? His movements were really fast. Gu Fei sighed ruefully. He'd just used his skills to save someone, and he reckoned that Yun Zhongmu would immediately ask the Sword Demon and the others about it. They had added each other as friends when they fought side by side last time. Knowing that the Sword Demon and the others had come to Moonlit Night City, Yun Zhongmu, the true host of Moonlit Night City, immediately expressed that he wanted to do his best as a host. The Sword Demon and Unscathed in Battle had a good impression of Yun Zhongmu and the others, so they probably wouldn't refuse. Yutian Shinming and Brother Yu were ambiguous, but being treated to a meal was a great advantage, so they probably wouldn't miss it. As for the Han family young master, perhaps he didn't see eye to eye with Yun Zhongmu, so he was even more likely to go. This guy would probably drink to his heart's content in order to attack Yun Zhongmu's wallet. Gu Fei didn't want to join in on the fun, but he thought about how Yun Zhongmu and the others had given him face today and let Boundless Mang and Tsubasa Sakuratsuka off. What about tomorrow? If they really didn't show any mercy, these fellows would probably have to flee from Moonlit Night City for the rest of their lives. The current 10 Guild alliance was much stronger than when they were chasing after Forestborn. It was better to go and find out what Yun Zhongmu and the others were planning. Gu Fei thought. After asking for the location, he went in the direction of the tavern. Moonlit Night City didn't have a player-opened little raised bar like Cloud City. In the end, Yun Zhongmu chose the largest tavern in the center of the city. The landlord was the landlord. As soon as he entered the tavern, he chased the other small farmers out. The boss of the system was a person who did business step by step. Of course, it wouldn't care about this kind of thing, so it wholeheartedly served the people who stayed in the tavern. When Gu Fei arrived at the tavern, it was filled with people from the 10 Guild Alliance. He even saw the leader of the group, who he had a direct conversation with, sitting at a table. It seemed like a few of them had died under his sword. As for the child elite group, they were all there, sitting in front of a large table that was made up of several small tables. Yun Zhongmu was sitting at the same table. Other than that, Gu Fei didn't know their names, but they were probably the heads of the 10 Guild Alliance. They were talking about the top 10 guilds. No matter what, they had to have 10 guild leaders, right? After Gu Fei entered the tavern gradually quieted down. Sword Demon and the others reached out to greet Gu Fei. Yun Zhongmu immediately turned around and displayed the agility of an expert thief. With a few swishes, he flashed in front of Gu Fei, shook his hand, and patted his shoulder. "Brother, you're finally here. Quick, please come in." Gu Fei followed behind him to the table, sat down, and took off his mask. Yun Zhongmu personally poured a glass of wine and handed it to Gu Fei. Gu Fei took it and thanked him. The wine was the best wine. Gu Fei paid special attention to the other tables and found that everyone's wine was the same. They didn't make their table more noble. As expected, the Han family young master didn't miss this opportunity. He drank very quickly. However, Yun Zhongmu didn't mind at all. He just found that this guy really liked to drink, so he ordered a few more bottles and placed them in front of him. In addition, when Gu Fei saw Brother Yu watching the Han family young master drink and play with his fingers, he laughed inwardly. This guy was probably bored and calculating how much money the Han family young master drank. Frankly speaking, the people at this table weren't familiar with each other. Only Sword Demon had fought side by side with them. After Gu Fei sat down, Yun Zhongmu and the others expressed their admiration for Gu Fei, such as, "You're so fierce, so amazing," and so on. Gu Fei naturally responded politely, saying things like, "You're too kind," and, "Thank you, thank you." Yun Zhongmu and the others fought boldly and unruly, but talking to strangers wasn't their forte. Their temperaments were similar, and their words were simple and direct. Out of every 3 sentences, they would say, "Fuck you," and then, "Fuck you." They immediately felt that they had a common language with each other. When this group of people gathered together, there were clearly 10 leaders with 10 mouths, but they all spoke in the same style and tone. If you closed your eyes, you wouldn't be able to tell who was who. This kind of unrestrained and vulgar style was clearly not suitable for communicating with strangers for the first time. However, after removing the "fuck you," this group of people immediately acted as if they didn't know how to speak. After the polite greetings ended, no one spoke at the table, and the atmosphere became awkward. This situation continued for a few minutes. Suddenly, Yun Zhongmu picked up his wine cup and stood up. As expected of old Yun. The other 9 leaders were excited and looked at him. "Ha, let's have a toast," Yun Zhongmu said. Fuck you, old Yun, you piece of trash." Everyone didn't expect Yun Zhongmu to just say some nonsense. They all looked at him with disdain. Of course, Yun Zhongmu also felt a bit embarrassed. After swallowing a cup of wine, he racked his brains, but still couldn't think of anything to say. Back then, he had interacted with Sword Demon. That Sword Demon was an old player, and he was the same class as Yun Zhongmu. Everyone reminisced about the past, and then discussed the current thief class. It was easy to find common topics. Right now, facing Gu Fei, Yun Zhongmu really didn't know what to say. After a long time, he finally said, "Brother Qianli, what games have you played before?" "Oh, never played before," Gu Fei replied. If it was someone like Silvermoon sitting here, he would definitely immediately say, "You're so strong on your first game? What a genius." Then, a bunch of dizzying people would come forward. However, these people immediately felt that Gu Fei hadn't gone before. He was very different from them, and the 2 sides were really very far apart. Just like that, everyone was holding their own wine cups to entertain themselves. Even Cloud Twilight himself felt ashamed of himself for inviting this group of trash to the table. He inwardly regretted inviting these useless people to the table. He should have invited the higher-ups of the Ascendant Association to liven up the atmosphere. When he thought of this, Yun Zhongmu became angry again. He slapped the table and said, "Zhu Xian, you bastard. Don't you usually talk a lot? Why aren't you talking today?" Zhu Xian shrunk his head, and after looking at Gu Fei, he finally said, "You seem to have cut me before." Yun Zhongmu fainted. "I asked you to talk, and you actually said something so disrespectful. I really want to personally drag this guy out and kill him." Unexpectedly, Gu Fei nodded and said, "I think so. You were with Non-Smiler last time, right? Speaking of which, I haven't seen Non-Smiler in a long time," Gu Fei said as he looked at the people around him. In the end, they all raised their cups and drank in an orderly manner, looking as if they were watching a show. Yun Zhongmu said a bit awkwardly, "Oh, he's not here." Non-Smiler was online, but Yun Zhongmu didn't call him. Even if he did, Non-Smiler wouldn't be willing to come. In the battle with Gu Fei and the others, Unsmiler had lost 10 levels. However, if one were to convert that low-level experience, it would be equivalent to today's 40-level loss of 39. In comparison, it wasn't that big of a deal. Even so, the negative effects of this incident were very big. Even now, when people asked for his name in-game, Non-Smiler would be like a ball of fire. In the hearts of countless players who knew of that incident, Non-Smiler already had the attributes of a grandson. No matter how strong you became in the future, in front of this Qianli, you would always be a grandson. Non-Smiler's hatred towards Gu Fei wasn't something that could be easily resolved. It was an eternal psychological wound that hurt whenever he thought about it. Yun Zhongmu was Non-Smiler's good friend, but not only did he not take revenge for him, he was sitting at the same table as Gu Fei and drinking. This was the reason why he felt awkward. This was because he had no other choice. From a personal point of view, Yun Zhongmu wanted to help Non-Smiler kill Gu Fei. Unfortunately, Non-Smiler wasn't a very good person. Out of the 10 guild leaders sitting at the same table, 8 didn't like him. The only one, Zhu Xian, was an idiot who didn't care about anything. Didn't you see that he even brought up the topic of being killed by you and Gu Fei? Even Yun Zhongmu himself sometimes wondered how he and Non-Smiler became brothers. It was very clear that in that non-simulated era, the impression of people in the game was very vague. Most of it was made up from one's imagination. And in this kind of simulated era where people could directly communicate face-to-face, it wasn't that easy to hide one's face. The idea of helping Non-Smiler get revenge had been constantly shaken in Yun Zhongmu's heart when he finally met Non-Smiler face-to-face in Moonlit Night City. Chapter 290. Yun Zhongmu was still reminiscing about his past with Non-Smiler, but this Zhu Xian really got into a conversation with Gu Fei about being hacked by you. Gu Fei killed him when he saved Boundless Mang in Cloud City. Because of their actions at that time, Gu Fei didn't have a good impression of this comrade called Zhu Xian. However, because of this matter, the topic naturally shifted to Boundless Mang, which was exactly what Gu Fei wanted. At that time, when they saved Boundless Mang, Zhu Xian and the others didn't know that Gu Fei was 27149. Now that their identities were connected, as to why Gu Fei saved Boundless Mang today, Yun Zhongmu had a vague feeling of the answer. At that time, Mang had indeed been chased miserably by them. However, this woman was very stubborn. She was clearly alone and weak, but in front of so many people, she still had the arrogant appearance from when she was in her prime. It really made people not have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. Frankly speaking, Boundless Mang was hated for so long, a large part of it was because she asked for it. Her personality of admitting defeat but not giving in was very effective in inspiring the fighting spirit of her enemies. After continuously chasing her for a month, this patience could be said to have been honed by her opponents. However, this was relative to people who were in the game. From an outsider's point of view, Boundless Mang could easily win sympathy. However, Yun Zhongmu felt that Gu Fei should be on their side. At that time, didn't Gu Fei also offend her and get stuck in the high-level leveling area outside Moonlit Night City? Since Boundless Mang's stubbornness wouldn't win sympathy from Yun Zhongmu and the others, she shouldn't get sympathy from Gu Fei either. This was too puzzling. Just as Yun Zhongmu was thinking, Zhu Xian helped him ask the question, when did Brother Qianli become friends with Boundless Mang? Just leave some leeway. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Gu Fei didn't answer Zhu Xian's question directly. He had already started to plead for Mang. Sword Spectre and the others who were listening by the side all looked askance at Gu Fei. In their minds, Gu Fei was a ruthless and merciless person. Now, he was advising others not to be so ruthless. It was quite comical. Brother Qianli. We're all friends here, so I hope you won't interfere in this matter. Cloud Morning said. Part of the reason why he invited the child elite group over for a drink was because of their help back then. The other part was because he wanted to ask Gu Fei about helping Boundless Mang. Unfortunately, I've already intervened. Gu Fei sighed. As he spoke, he glanced at a certain table and said, there are a few friends over there. I think I've already slashed them. Of course, Yun Zhongmu also knew about this. At this moment, he glanced over and said, forget it. I think my brothers won't mind. As for Boundless Mang, forget it. I've chased them for a day and a night. I think those brats won't mind. Gu Fei directly took over Yun Zhongmu's words. Yun Zhongmu was stunned for a moment. He didn't think that a few dozen people would dare to mind the 10 Meetings Alliance's pursuit. In Moonlit Night City, whoever their 10 Meetings Alliance wanted to bully, that person could only admit that he or she was unlucky. Mind? Of course he minded, but the problem was that this couldn't be used as a bargaining chip on the table. The strength of both sides wasn't equal. Elder Yun, what do you think? Gu Fei saw that Yun Zhongmu was in a daze and asked again. This. Yun Jongmu didn't know how to answer. In his heart, he didn't want to give up on the idea of pursuing them. He invited Gu Fei over because he wanted to persuade Gu Fei not to interfere. He felt that when they saw that Gu Fei was present today, they had already given Gu Fei a lot of face. Who would have thought that Gu Fei would be so insensible and use their minds as a bargaining chip? With the strength of the 10 Meetings Alliance, their minds were worth a lot of money. However, Gu Fei's group was only a few dozen people. Even if they minded, wouldn't it be a waste? Speaking of which, we're just passing by. We'll be leaving Moonlit Night City tomorrow. Gu Fei said. Oh, I've heard about that. Yun Jongmu replied. As the host of this area, how could Yun Jongmu not pay attention to the sudden arrival of a large group of over 1,000 people? He had already sent people to investigate and found out that it was a guild from Cloud City that was out on a mission. There were also many mercenary groups accompanying them. It's about Boundless Mang. If we don't plan on letting her go, what are you going to do, Brother Qinli? Yun Jongmu suddenly said. He had never thought of backing down. Even though Gu Fei was strong, their 10 Meetings Alliance had 2 rank 5 guilds, 4 rank 4 guilds, 3 rank 3 guilds and 1 rank 2 guild. They had a total of 4,550 people. There was no reason for them to be afraid of Gu Fei. He gave Gu Fei face because he thought that there was a friendship between them. Afraid? Unfortunately for them, they would rather die than say the word afraid. This personality was actually very harmonious with Boundless Mang. Unfortunately, the two sides were on opposite sides. As a result, no one was willing to back down. Woo! I can't do much. Gu Fei sighed, I can only do what I did today. I'll help out a little and kill some of your brothers, Brother Qinli, you're such a straightforward person. I really admire you. Then let's meet in the PvP arena. Don't hold back during the PvP, but we'll still be friends. Yun Jongmu said. Of course that's for the best. Gu Fei was very happy. He could kill someone without damaging their relationship. For a PvP maniac like him, this was a dream come true. Cheers, cheers. Yun Jongmu raised his cup. Cheers. Gu Fei clinked his cup with Yun Jongmu's and downed it in one gulp. How satisfying! Yun Jongmu roared. His brothers all expressed that this was a good way to handle things. Sword Demon and the others all looked at each other. What kind of negotiation was this? In the end, both sides didn't achieve their goals. Instead, they established a treaty that didn't affect their relationship. I say, Boss Yun, you guys only want to bully women. Don't you want to kill Silver Moon? A cold voice suddenly floated over from the table. The one who spoke was Han Family Young Master. He couldn't stand watching Gu Fei negotiate with others anymore. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but speak up. His tone was full of disdain and disdain. Yun Jongmu tried his best to endure. Out of these 6 people, he really didn't like the Han Family Young Master. If it wasn't for the fact that he was with Sword Demon and the others, Yun Jongmu would be more than happy to chase this guy down 100 times. Of course, Yun Jongmu wasn't a two-faced person. At this moment, he was completely giving face and smiling. His disgust towards the Han Family Young Master was also displayed on his face. He coldly swept his eyes over him and said, Brother, what do you mean by this? Han Family Young Master played with the wine cup in his hand. His eyes were focused on the cup and he didn't even look at Yun Jongmu as he replied, Silver Moon is also in Moonlit Night City. Boss Yun, don't tell me you don't know about this. Silver Moon is also back. Is this true? Yun Jongmu really didn't know. Ha, are you guys selectively blind? Han Family Young Master's mouth was really unforgiving. He didn't hold back in his ridicule. Many people had already slammed the table and jumped up. Fuck, what do you mean by that? Nothing. I've had enough wine, so I'll be going first. Han Family Young Master stood up and waved at the owner of the bar. Owner, the bill. No need, the wine is on me. Yun Jongmu said. Although he didn't like the Han family young master, he didn't want to lose his composure over such a small amount of money. There's no need for that. You can selectively blind me as well. The young master of the Han family smiled as he took out his money pouch. Fuck. The guild master at the same table couldn't stand the Han family young master's ridicule anymore. He suddenly stood up and launched an attack. It wasn't convenient to use skills across the table, so he grabbed the bottle on the table and threw it over. Gu Fei attacked, but Sword Demon, who was beside the Han family young master, was faster. He raised his hand and slapped the bottle to the side. He said indifferently, "Forget it." Yeah. Gu Fei agreed. He's just like that. He's so annoying. Yeah, he's not good at fighting, so he only knows how to talk. Yutian Shinming also took the opportunity to attack the Han family young master. Yeah, he's so arrogant. Unscathed in battle probably had some feelings for always being the Han family young master's bodyguard. Only brother Yu was kind and didn't say anything. Yun Zhongmu immediately stood up and stopped the guild master who was about to explode. He said indifferently, "Then please go. I won't see you out." Han family young master paid for the drinks and raised his eyebrows. He said casually, "Don't see me out. Go look for Silvermoon when you have time. What's the point of chasing after a woman? Aw. Don't talk so much." The mercenary channel had already exploded with noise. One last sentence. When the young master of the Han family sent the message, he was already at the exit. The door was already half open when he suddenly turned around and looked at the room full of people who wanted to tear him apart. He said one last thing, "That woman is a priest, fuck." Countless people jumped up again, but they were all stopped by Yun Zhongmu's gaze. "Let's form a party to chase after her. We don't mind." Unscathed in battle said sincerely. Yun Zhongmu smiled bitterly. He looked at the ceiling and said, "He's right. Boundless Mang is just a woman, and a cleric at that. Killing her is really boring." He then looked at the other 5 people and asked, "Silvermoon really came to Moonlit Night City?" The 5 people nodded. In the end, Gu Fei added, "If you want to chase after Silvermoon, I can help." Huh? Yun Zhongmu was surprised by Gu Fei's attitude. Silvermoon's words of pushing the blame to others wouldn't spread in Moonlit Night City. Everyone here knew each other, so it was useless for him to say it. Therefore, Yun Zhongmu and the others still didn't know about Silvermoon's shameless behavior after he went bankrupt. They still considered Silvermoon and Boundless Mang as one family. After Gu Fei told them about Silvermoon, the people in the tavern erupted again. "Fuck, Silvermoon, that dog, he's not a man. He's so disloyal. I thought he was a man before. Shameless. What else is there to say? Kill him. Kill him." Yun Zhongmu slammed the table. "Call everyone online and search for Silvermoon in the city. Reward anyone who provides any clues." Chapter 291. It was the peak time of the day. The 10 Guild Alliance had more than 4,000 players online. After Cloud Twilight gave the order, all 10 guilds started to search for Silvermoon's whereabouts. Finding, chasing, and killing. The 10 Guild Alliance, the ruling group of Moonlit Night City, was very familiar with this kind of work. Even if the players were all masked, it wouldn't be a problem for them. With their hegemony in Moonlit Night City, they could ask any player to take off their mask and no one would dare to object. However, their fiercely boiling blood soon died down. This was because they were faced with a very real problem: Silvermoon wasn't online at all. With Silvermoon's shrewdness, he had already guessed that it would be bad for him to appear in Moonlit Night City. He had already decided that he wouldn't go online during his stay in Moonlit Night City. He didn't even register in Moonlit Night City. It was better to be safe than sorry. Silvermoon knew that if he was targeted, what awaited him would be an endless cycle of reincarnation. Therefore, even if he had to die, he would have to die in Cloud City. If he died in Moonlit Night City, his gaming career would really be ruined. After Cloud Twilight mobilized the crowd, the people in the tavern started to prepare to leave. Then, they discovered this very disappointing problem. Damn, this dog is still so cunning. The people in the tavern who had dealings with Silvermoon were already cursing him. They even dug out some of Silvermoon's past incidents to criticize him. This made Gu Fei and the others sigh in amazement. Silvermoon's career is also quite legendary, brother, you sighed. Yes, but it seems like his legend will end here, Yutian Shinming said. In the tavern, Cloud Twilight was giving out orders to leave people in the 7 major safe zones. All knights who were online would be strictly interrogated. In fact, it was mainly to take off their masks. Generally, when players saw the guild emblem of the 10 Guilds Alliance, they would swallow their anger and cooperate. As for those who had thoughts of resisting, frankly speaking, those who resisted would be killed regardless of whether they were from Silvermoon or not. So, in theory, Silvermoon had no chance of escaping. I'll kill him once at most. Han family young master couldn't help but interrupt Gu Fei and the others' discussion in the mercenary channel. Why? Yutian Shinming asked. If Silvermoon isn't online at this time, she's clearly hiding. Since he was aware of the danger, he would never register in Moonlit Night City just in case. Once he registered, he would die and return to Cloud City. Do you understand? Han family young master said. That makes sense. Not only did the others nod in agreement, but they also quickly relayed the Han family young master's deduction to Yun Zhongmu. When Yun Zhongmu heard this, he felt that it made a lot of sense. They had made such a big scene just to kill Silvermoon once. This really didn't give him the slightest bit of satisfaction. Old Yun, should we call some of our brothers to go to the Knights' encampment in Cloud City first? Someone suggested. This. Cloud Twilight hesitated. Cloud City was not their home ground. How was Silvermoon's development in Cloud City? How many friends did he make? Gu Fei and the others didn't know the answer to this. They only knew that Silvermoon had a mercenary group of 40 people. Apart from this, when they thought about Silvermoon's personality and diplomatic skills, they felt that they couldn't underestimate his power. Just from the time Gu Fei and Silvermoon were in prison together, they knew that this guy was very good at making friends. Moreover, he was different from Yun Zhongmu and the others. Yun Zhongmu and the others only made friends with people that they liked and liked. It was almost impossible for Yun Zhongmu and the Han family young master to become friends. As for Silvermoon, he was hypocritical and fickle. He would fish in a loose net and call everyone his brother. Even when he was scheming against you, he would smile without batting an eyelid. He was much harder to deal with than Yun Zhongmu. The relationship between the two groups in Moonlit Night City was proof of this. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's help, Yun Zhongmu and the others would still be under Silvermoon's feet. Moreover, Yun Zhongmu had already been schemed against by Silvermoon in Cloud City. Now that he thought about it, he felt that even if all 4,000 people in the Alliance went there, it still wouldn't be enough. After thinking about it, Yun Zhongmu had an idea. He asked Gu Fei and the others, "What is your mission this time?" "Help that guild escort the item to the destination," Gu Fei and the others replied. "Then we have to pass through other main cities." Yun Zhongmu's eyes lit up. "Yes, we have to pass through 5 main cities. I remember that's what they said back then, brother," you replied. "You want to?" The 5 of them guessed what Yun Zhongmu was thinking. Silvermoon doesn't dare to register in Moonlit Night City. We'll let him pass this part in peace. At the next main city, he won't be like this again, right? At that time, we'll make a move and take him down. No matter how good he is, he can't do anything to a main city that he hasn't been to before. Yun Zhongmu said confidently. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone nodded. Very good. Then let's pick some brothers. We'll follow these brothers from Cloud City. When we reach the next main city, we'll teach Silvermoon a lesson, Yun Jongmu said in high spirits. The tavern was filled with cheers. Everyone passionately volunteered. Yun Jongmu glanced at them and said in a low voice, "Some brothers came later, so don't fight. Let's give this chance to bully Silvermoon to the brothers who were bullied by Silvermoon before." Yes, yes, yes. Zhu Xian was the first to stand up and heavily slammed the table. "I'll bully him to death." The tavern roared with laughter. Zhu Xian's enthusiastic response exposed a problem. This guy had been bullied by Silvermoon before. Zhu Xian came back to his senses. He was embarrassed and sat back down. As such, Gu Fei and the others didn't know how Yun Zhongmu and the others would choose people in the guild channel. In short, the 5 of them just watched how these enemies of Silvermoon would arrange a show to destroy Silvermoon. Isn't it too cruel? Unscathed in battle asked Sword Demon. What do you think? Sword Demon asked Yutian Shinming. I'm looking forward to it. Yutian Shinming said and looked at Gu Fei. They have so many people. It looks like they don't want my help anymore. Gu Fei was disappointed. Brother Yu patted him and comforted him. There are other things that are more meaningful. What? Gu Fei looked at Brother Yu. It's almost 7. Mission. Brother Yu said. Aren't we staying in Moonlit Night City today? Gu Fei was confused. We don't need to rush today, but the mission still needs to continue. Did you forget? We still haven't seen what Unscathed is escorting. Because the escorted item was picked up in Moonlit Night City today. Brother Yu said. Why don't I know? Gu Fei was puzzled. Yutian Shinming patted him. Go online more and you'll know everything. Obviously, the peak period after 7:00 every night was the main time to gather people to carry out the mission. However, information, plans, and so on were all discussed in the wee hours of the morning and during the day. Gu Fei was not present at this time, so it was no wonder that he did not know. The 5 of them got up and said goodbye to Yun Zhongmu. Yun Zhongmu walked them out of the tavern and didn't forget to remind them, if you see Silvermoon, don't forget to let us know. After confirming the plan, Yun Zhongmu had already withdrawn from the resurrection points in order to not make Silvermoon suspicious. Don't worry. The 5 of them said. Oh right, where's your next main city? I'll see if we can prepare in advance. Yun Zhongmu said. White Stone City. Seems like it. Brother Yu replied, but we're not too sure how to get there. Oh, thank you. Yun Zhongmu nodded. Oh right, old Yun. Yutian Shinming suddenly said, do you guys have any problems with drifting? Drifting? Number 1 sorcerer. This. I've never had any dealings with him. Yun Zhongmu looked at Yutian Shinming in confusion. Ah, what a pity. Yutian Shinming said regretfully. Oh. Yun Zhongmu seemed to have understood something. Did you guys have some problems with this kid? Don't worry, just say the word and I'll make sure he can't leave Moonlit Night City. That's great. Yutian Shinming was overjoyed. Let's. Before he could finish, Gu Fei had already reached out his arm and clamped Yutian Shinming's head under his arm, stopping him from speaking. He smiled at Yun Zhongmu and said, kids talk nonsense. Don't mind him. Yeah, he likes to mess around. Don't take him seriously. Unscathed in battle also said. Originally, it wasn't hard for Yutian Shinming to break free from Gu Fei's grip. However, now that Unscathed in battle came over and switched hands, he directly lifted him up. Let's go, let's go. Brother Yu said goodbye to Yun Zhongmu on behalf of everyone. The 5 of them turned around and left. Unscathed in battle, you bastard, put me down. Yutian Shinming yelled as his limbs flailed about. Just like that, the 5 of them gradually disappeared from Yun Zhongmu's sight. Slow down. Yun Zhongmu finally reacted. He blankly waved his hand and wiped his sweat. At the entrance of Moonlit Night City's dungeon, the players from Cloud City had gathered. Unsworn Sword stood on the steps in front of the door. He was a few heads taller than the other players. He had a serious expression on his face as he looked at the players at the bottom of the steps. When he felt that there were enough people, he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I originally didn't think that there would be much trouble with today's content. However, on the way here, I have deeply realized that there are hidden dangers everywhere in this quest. As such, I have gathered everyone here just in case. Everyone, please prepare for battle. Perhaps the battle will begin in the next moment." As soon as he finished speaking, Time Reflected immediately went up the steps. He gestured around as if he was miming. However, in reality, his words were all said in the chat, the guild chat and the party chat. Not long after, the players at the entrance of the dungeon split up and took up their respective positions. They were ready to fight from any direction. Unsworn Sword nodded with a serious expression. He pulled out 2 long swords and slowly walked up to the guards at the entrance of the dungeon. He first got into a fighting stance, then spoke to the NPC guards. "Fuck." After 2 sentences, Unsworn Sword angrily roared. All the players were shocked and looked around vigilantly. "Enemy, where is the enemy?" "Fuck." Unsworn Sword cursed again. His expression was as if his entire family had died. He turned around and said to the players, "Motherfucker, you want me to pay up?" "Fuck." All the players pointed their middle fingers at Unsworn Sword. "Does this mean we don't have to fight anymore?" Someone asked loudly. "Let's wait. Everyone, don't disperse yet. Continue to be vigilant," Unsworn Sword said. As such, the players didn't dare to be careless and continued to pay attention. Gu Fei and his elite group also occupied a certain position. At this time, their attitude was no different from the other players. However, from time to time, there would be players passing by them. They should be from Moonlit Night City. They would stop and look at Gu Fei before looking around. After a moment of hesitation, they would turn around and leave. What's going on? Gu Fei was very curious. With his sensitivity, of course, he noticed that these people were paying attention to him. At this time, Gu Fei wasn't wearing a mask and wasn't holding a sword. He was only wearing a black robe with his right hand in his pocket and his left hand rubbing his chin. No matter how you looked at him, he was no different from a normal player. There was no reason for him to receive such attention. Speaking of which, Sword Demon and the others were experienced. After noticing this detail and analyzing it, they finally asked Gu Fei, "How many PK points do you have on you?" "Ah. 14 points. Gu Fei reacted after saying this. He slapped his thigh and said, "See, I told you, Moonlit Night City is really a good place." In Cloud City, wanted quests were very unpopular. Basically, no one would do them. However, in a place like Moonlit Night City where there was a lot of killing, it was necessary to quickly wash away PK points. The market for wanted quests was abnormally hot. And while washing away their PK points, they could also use the points they earned to get rewards. Why not? Therefore, a wanted criminal with high PK points like Gu Fei was a piece of delicious cake. And this kind of guy who could kill so many PK points, with the experience of Moonlit Night City players, was mostly the main canon mage of a certain group. At this time, they might be washing away their PK points with the help of a group, or they might still be piking or leveling up. In short, there were many gamblers who were unwilling to give up this big fat piece of meat. They first took him to see if there was a chance. In the end, they found that there was no chance at all after following the coordinates. They thought that this mage wouldn't be alone with such a high PK points, but they didn't think that he would have so many accomplices. The entire entrance to the dungeon was crowded. Such a large group, but it wasn't the 10 Guild Alliance. Where did this group of people come from? These players were so confused. They walked past Gu Fei and looked at Gu Fei, swallowing twice. In the end, no one dared to take this piece of meat in this 1,000-man group. "I say, it looks like there's nothing going on here. I'm going to look around elsewhere," Gu Fei said. A few people squinted at him. Who couldn't see through Gu Fei's thoughts? Obviously, he saw that the players who took the wanted quest didn't dare to make a move after seeing that there were so many of them. Therefore, Gu Fei took the initiative to create an opportunity for these guys, leaving himself alone so that these guys could attack him. Gu Fei was just letting them know. Of course, he wasn't discussing it with them. After saying this, he immediately left. TSK TSK TSK. A few people shook their heads. What a sin. Unscathed in battle sighed. He's a scourge wherever he goes. Yutian Xinming said. We should label him, dangerous. Strangers keep away. Brother, you said. Pity these kids who want to wash away their PK points. If they have PK points, they'll drop 2 levels if they die, right? If they have less than 10 PK points, they'll drop 2 levels. What a sin. A few people prayed for the levels that were about to drop under Gu Fei's sword. Gu Fei excitedly left the group. He walked to a place where he believed that no one would misunderstand how many companions he had, and continued to put on his previous silent pose. In less than a minute, Gu Fei already noticed that there was someone behind him. He excitedly pulled out his sword and turned around, but then he immediately froze. Why is it you? I'm bored. I saw you sneaking over here, so I came to take a look. What are you doing? Why are you posing here? The person who came with Gu Fei was Slender Waist Dance. When they were teammates in the mercenary war, Slender Waist Dance and Gu Fei couldn't bear the loneliness. They especially didn't like to listen to those serious pep talks before the war. Slender Waist Dance had long since become impatient. She was so bored that she looked around. She noticed that Gu Fei had quietly left, so she followed him. In the end, when she saw that Gu Fei was standing there like a fool, she was very disappointed. Me? I'm. Gu Fei had only said these 4 words when an arrow flew towards him. An archer who had followed the coordinates saw this lone mage and felt that he had gotten a great deal. He couldn't wait to release the arrow. Gu Fei dodged the arrow and raised his head to look in the direction of the attack. He saw a red silhouette. Slim Waist Dancer had already dashed over with swift movement. Fuck. Gu Fei was depressed. The archer was quite far away. With Slender Waist Dance's speed, even if Gu Fei used teleportation, he wouldn't be able to catch up. This person was about to be snatched away by Slender Waist Dance. The archer clearly didn't notice that Gu Fei and this woman knew each other. When he saw the thief suddenly rushing over, he was slightly stunned. However, he didn't think too much of it at first. She was a female player, so most people would think that her skill was very limited. The archer was just about to run and kite when he suddenly realized that the thief was only a few meters away from him. How can she be so fast? Slender Waist Dance had already rushed in front of him. The archer panicked and wanted to turn around and run. Against a thief, this was a huge technical error. He directly exposed his back to the enemy. Thieves didn't even need to run and could use skills. Slender Waist Dance stretched out her hand and stabbed out with backstab. The world became quiet. Hey, why did he? Slender Waist Dance turned around to ask Gu Fei how he had been killed. In the end, she saw that Gu Fei was also fighting with a thief. It was actually an exaggeration to say that they were fighting. When Slender Waist Dance turned around, Gu Fei's sword flashed and burned the thief. Hey! Slender Waist Dance was just about to ask again when another voice came from the street. Ah, over here, quick! This time, 4 people came from the corner of the street. As soon as they saw Gu Fei, they immediately rushed over and pushed one of them, shouting, "You first." Obviously, this person was the only one on the quest. The others were his friends who had come to help. However, Slender Waist Dance was 1 step faster. She blocked in front of him and stabbed the "You first." You first didn't even understand what had happened before dying. In the end, he only realized that it seemed to be a beautiful woman who stabbed him. The other 3 were shocked. However, at this time, their friend on the quest had already been sacrificed. For them, there was no point in continuing. They originally wanted to escape, but Slender Waist Dance didn't let them go. In a few steps, she had already rushed in front of them. The three didn't dare to run anymore. They hurriedly turned around and prepared to face the enemy. Slender Waist Dancer suddenly took 2 steps back, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Stealth. Be careful. The experienced Moonlit City players immediately stood back to back in a triangle, not giving Slender Waist Dance a chance to sneak attack from behind. Unfortunately, Slender Waist Dance didn't intend to sneak attack at all. With her style, she actually couldn't be bothered to use stealth. She just wanted to try it out in PK because she had created a new, stealth, skill. No matter how experienced the Moonlit City players were, they had never encountered this skill before. Someone was stabbed in the face by Slender Waist Dance, but no one appeared in front of him. He was completely at a loss. The Slender Waist Dance was followed by another slash. This person died heroically without even seeing his opponent. The next 2 weren't much better. Slender Waist Dance used sap to the left and backstab to the right. Then, she revealed herself and finished off the 2. The experiment was over. The result of the test. He muttered to himself, quite sick. However, the blue fell too fast. Stealth consumed 7% of the maximum mana per second, which meant that it could be used for a maximum of 14 seconds. During these 14 seconds, if a skill was used to attack, some additional mana would be used. So, 14 seconds was only a theoretical value. It was impossible to last that long in a real battle. Slender Waist Dance had sprint and backstab before, so her mana wasn't full. She didn't even last 10 seconds in this experiment. In the end, after dealing with the last 2 people with sap and backstab, she immediately revealed herself because her mana was used up. At this time, she took some fruits to replenish and wanted to turn around to ask Gu Fei, but, why is there still more? Slender Waist Dance screamed. On the other side, Gu Fei was fighting someone again. At the entrance of the dungeon, unscathed in battle and Yutian Shinming, the sensitive ears of the old and the young, suddenly pricked up. The 2 looked at each other. Did you hear that? Brother, you frowned. I think I heard it too. It's a woman's scream. The direction Qianli went, what is he doing? Unscathed in battle's expression changed slightly. That's too cruel. Is he going to attack a beauty? Everyone looked at him and replied in unison, he will. Let's go take a look. They were actually quite bored at the entrance of the dungeon, so they immediately turned and headed there. Chapter 292. The Child Elite Group players were heading in their direction. Amethyst noticed that Slender Waist Dancer had disappeared, and when they heard her scream, they hurried over to check. The 2 teams took their own paths, and came out from both ends at the same time. In the end, they saw a black and a red figure run away from right under their noses. There were more people than they could have imagined. Gu Fei felt that he might have overestimated himself. After the official opening, the number of players in the main city increased. With the atmosphere in Moonlit Night City, there were countless players with PK points. Everyone wanted to clear their PK points, and when they saw Gu Fei at the top of the leaderboard with 14 PK points, those who were brave enough came to claim their points. Not only that, but Slender Waist Dance also killed people unrestrainedly. It didn't take long for her PK points to accumulate double. She became the second most wanted person in Moonlit Night City, which also attracted a lot of business. It just so happened that their location was close to the dungeon, and the dungeon belonged to the same system as the Wanted Quest distribution center, so it wasn't too far away. The players who had accepted the quest were pleasantly surprised to find that the coordinates were just a few steps away from them. It was easy to imagine how much pressure Gu Fei and Slender Waist Dancer were facing. Slender Waist Dancer had just used up all her mana while experimenting with stealth. She didn't even have time to eat fruits to replenish her mana. Gu Fei was even more pitiful. He didn't even have time to eat fruits after using up all his mana. Gu Fei's situation was even worse than Slender Waist Dancer's. Right now, his PK value was slightly higher than Slender Waist Dance's, so there were more players coming for him. Slender Waist Dance, on the other hand, had better equipment than Gu Fei. Even if he didn't use his skills, he was still extremely powerful. Although Gu Fei was an anomaly among mages, the fundamental characteristic of mages was that without mana, mages' damage was garbage. If the number of opponents was limited, Gu Fei could rely on his skills and Slender Waist Dancer's equipment to deal with them. But right now, Moonlit City's bounty office was like a military base, and Gu Fei and Slim Waist Dance's location was like a gathering point. The players who came out of the bounty office straightened their necks and ran in their direction. At a glance, they seemed to form a straight line. Hey! Even Slim Waist Dance, a woman who always pressed forward, felt fear in her heart. As she fought, she said to Gu Fei, "I can't, there are too many of them." Gu Fei also nodded very seriously. It was indeed satisfying to have so many people looking for him to fight, but Gu Fei did not want to die just because he was satisfied. Fighting was also a competitive sport, and the greatest charm of competition lay in winning and losing. Gu Fei liked PvP, but he would only feel satisfied if he defeated his opponent in PvP. When it came to enjoying the process, it was the process of walking step by step towards victory. Who would find the process of losing enjoyable? The two of them determined that there was no chance of victory in the current situation. After exchanging glances with each other, they suddenly turned around and ran. Coincidentally, Young Master's elite team and Reborn Purple Crystal's team had arrived, and they saw the two of them fleeing in panic. The persistent Moonlit Night City players formed a line and chased after him. Slender Waist Dancer's speed went without saying. Even if she didn't use Swift, no one would be able to catch up to her. As for Gu Fei, even though he had put all his points into Dexterity, the Night Streamer Sword, the Great Thief Ring, and Eddie's Emblem, as well as a pair of powerful shoes, there was no lack of talented players in Moonlit City. There were thieves with quick movement speed and archers with dexterity. As long as their equipment wasn't too shabby, it wouldn't be difficult for them to match Gu Fei's speed. What was even worse was that when the archers fired their homing arrows, Slim Waist Dancer completely ignored them due to his good equipment and high defense. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had to turn around to deal with them. His speed was greatly hindered, and the pursuers were getting closer and closer. Sigh. This was playing with fire, getting burned. Gu Fei reflected on himself. Looking down on the strength of the masses had caused him to fall into his current predicament. This time, he was about to drown in the sea of people's war. It was a good thing that Slender Waist Dancer was loyal and didn't leave him behind. She looked back and found that Gu Fei was getting further and further away from her and the pursuers. She stomped her feet in anger. "Why are you so slow?" After yelling, she immediately turned around and floated back to Gu Fei's side. "Why did you come back? Let's go," Gu Fei said. "You're too stupid." Slender Waist Dancer hugged Gu Fei with one hand and pulled out a scroll from her pocket with the other. She flung it into the air and it turned into a white light that landed at their feet. A teleportation circle instantly formed, and with a flash of white light, the two of them disappeared. "You're so slow, I wasted another teleportation scroll. This is my last one." After the teleportation, Slender Waist Dancer let go of Gu Fei and immediately pointed at his nose and scolded him. "Where did you get this?" Gu Fei asked. "It was a quest reward, but now I can't buy it even if I have the money," Slender Waist Dancer said. "There will be more in the future." Gu Fei comforted her and then immediately changed the topic. "Where is this? Did we randomly teleport to an unfamiliar main city?" Gu Fei said as he looked at the coordinates. "You wish. Teleportation scrolls have a maximum radius, so it's impossible to teleport out of a main city. This should still be around Moonlit Night City," Slender Waist Dancer said. "But why is this teleportation so unkind? Isn't it better to just leave it on the ground?" Gu Fei looked left and right. That's why it's called random teleportation. Slender Waist Dancer wasn't in a good mood. The two of them were currently in a forest. Moreover, they were cruelly hung from a tree. Gu Fei's dark night spirit robe was hooked by a tree branch. His entire body swayed up and down as if he would fall at any moment. Slender Waist Dancer was hanging in front of him. Her body was quite stable, but it was clear that the tree branch that was hooked onto her was slowly bending downwards. This was a sign of danger that was even greater than Gu Fei's situation. Gu Fei couldn't help but close his eyes. Slender. What? You might fall down soon. Ah! Slender Waist Dancer cried out. She looked down and saw that she was 8 meters above the ground. Falling down definitely wouldn't be comfortable. She immediately grabbed at Gu Fei. She didn't know if she wanted to ask for help or drag him down with her. Don't move. Gu Fei only had time to shout this. The tree branch that was hooked onto Slender Waist Dancer didn't break, but with a whoosh, it was pulled out from under her cloak. Slender Waist Dancer lost her grip and fell down with a scream. This fall was very embarrassing, but it wasn't a big deal. Slender Waist Dancer groaned a few times and crawled up from the ground. She looked up and saw that Gu Fei was still swaying on the tree branch. Come down, I'll catch you. Slender Waist Dancer stretched out her arms. There's no need for that. Gu Fei didn't believe that Slender Waist Dancer could catch him. If it was the rain in June, it would be more likely. Are you going to hang there for the rest of your life? Slender Waist Dancer scolded. Gu Fei didn't argue. He just very slowly reached into his pocket and carefully took out a banana. Damn, you still remember to eat at a time like this. Slender Waist Dancer was furious. I need mana. Gu Fei said, you should replenish your mana too. After saying this, he brought the banana to his mouth very slowly, tore off the skin with his mouth, and stuffed it in one bite. After recovering some mana in a moment, Gu Fei immediately shook his body and flew down from the tree. After chanting a teleportation spell in midair, he landed steadily on the ground. Then he immediately took out a fruit and started to eat, replenishing his mana to the brim. This place isn't far from Moonlit Night City. If those people are still chasing us, they'll probably arrive soon. Slender Waist Dancer, who had already studied the coordinates, said. Even if the previous people don't come, there will always be new people coming. What's your PK value now? Gu Fei asked. 23, what about you? I'm 24. Gu Fei's damage was greatly reduced due to his lack of mana, and he was almost surpassed by Slender Waist Dancer. I have to clear my PK value, or else I won't be able to stay in Moonlit Night City. Gu Fei finally realized that doing this project in Moonlit Night City wasn't suitable. Then we have to go to the wanted mission office. Slender Waist Dancer said. It's a bit dangerous. Gu Fei said. Is there any other way? Slender Waist Dancer asked. Go back to Cloud City. Gu Fei had experience. Back then, he had a large amount of PK value, and this was how he escaped from being hunted. I'm not afraid of going to the wanted mission office, I can go in stealth. What about you? Slender Waist Dancer said. Yeah, let's ask about the situation there first. Gu Fei said as he opened the mercenary channel. The people inside were already shouting, asking Gu Fei what was going on. I used a random teleportation and flew far away. Now my PK value is 24, so I have to clear it. What's the situation at the wanted mission office? Gu Fei said. It's still lively. A few people replied. That's a bit troublesome. Gu Fei said. Yeah, how about we find Yun Zhongmu and the others? If he shows up and lets the 10 Meetings Alliance protect you, no one should dare to cause trouble. Brother, you suggested. No need. Han family young master said coldly, give me a high point, and I'll guide you to the wanted mission office safely. Then, you can kill your way into the house and accept the mission. That shouldn't be hard, right? This is a big map. Brother Yu was shocked. Of course, they understood what Han family young master wanted to do, but the problem was that this wasn't the map in the tournament, where the coordinates were only a few hundred. Under the big map, the number of coordinates was frighteningly large. What's wrong with that? It's still the same. As long as we know the coordinates of some places in the city, we can see it. Han family young master didn't think much of it. There's obviously an easier way. Brother Yu said. It's pretty boring right now anyway. Han family young master said. Qianli, what do you decide? Brother Yu finally asked. This matter clearly still had to be decided by Gu Fei. Go find a high point. Gu Fei replied. Chapter 293. The highest point of Moonlit Night City was clear to see. In the central plaza where Child Elite Group and Yun Zhongmu had a drink, there was an extremely tall tower. It was even taller than Cloud City's clock tower. In order not to repeat the name, although there was a clock on top of the tower, it wasn't called a clock tower, but a tower. Without further ado, Han family young master immediately headed towards the tower, calling Unscathed in battle along with him. In a place like Moonlit Night City where PvP was rampant, solo clerics were rare. They were too easy to bully. Although Han family young master thought highly of himself, he didn't want to be a punching bag. I want to do something more meaningful. Unscathed in battle was very reluctant to be a bodyguard. Forget it, follow them. Do you have the speed? Han family young master pointed at Sword Demon and Yutian Shinming. Unscathed in battle was speechless. Sword Demon and Yutian Shinming were left on the street in case they needed help. Brother Yu, on the other hand, went to the wanted quest office. After all, no matter how high he was, he couldn't see into the room. Gu Fei, who was still outside the city, received the signal from Han family young master that he was ready and returned to the city at the same time. Amethyst, who was reborn, was also asking what happened and if they needed help. However, Gu Fei and Slender Waist Dance had the same opinion. The girls couldn't be of much help. Slender Waist Dance suggested whether the girls could use a honey trap to divert the enemy's attention, but Gu Fei rejected the idea. In Moonlit City, which was a land of men, most players only had hot blood and killing in their eyes. One of the two characters they hated the most, Boundless Mang, was a beauty, but who had ever been soft-hearted? Thin Waist Dance was a beauty herself. None of the players who had accepted the quest had wavered. Standing at the top of the tower, the Han family young master looked down at the ground and nodded. The view in Moonlit Night City is much clearer. When you look down from the clock tower of Cloud City, it's all foggy. That's why it's called Cloud City. Unscathed in battle stood beside him, and imitated the Han family young master, looking down at the ground. Suddenly, he felt the world spinning around him, and his heart and liver trembled. His whole body softened like a noodle, and he quickly hugged the sturdy stone pillar beside him. The Han family young master squinted at him. Unscathed in battle composed himself and said, I think I'm sick. I suddenly feel like I'm afraid of heights, Unscathed in battle said. I know, the journey from Cloud City to Moonlit Night City must have been tough for you. The Han family young master rarely sympathized with others. For example, those who fell off the cliff, if they died, then they died. It was said that they only lost a level. Unscathed in battle didn't die, but the struggle on the verge of death twice had left an indelible psychological shadow in his heart. This was a very serious matter, because mental illness could be brought into reality. Perhaps one day, Unscathed in battle would stand at the window of an office building and look down. He would also look for something to hug like today. If he accidentally hugged someone, no matter if it was a man or a woman, it would be hard to explain. Unscathed in battle hugged the stone pillar and slowly moved backwards. Finally, he didn't stand at the edge like the Han family young master, and returned to the center of the tower. The Han family young master couldn't be bothered with him anymore. His eyes scanned the entire city like a radar while he communicated with the others in the channel. The coordinates of the wanted mission office, Gu Fei's current coordinates, and the movement direction of the players that walked out of the wanted mission office. These were all the materials that the Han family young master was using to write the script. However, at this stage, the Han family young master was slightly startled. He waved his hand at Unscathed in Battle and said, "Go downstairs." There's no need for us to point the way. Why? Unscathed in Battle didn't understand. He can go by himself. As the Han family young master went down the tower, he sent a message to Gu Fei. There's no need for me to point the way. Oh. Gu Fei didn't understand. Thin waist dance can be used to sneak around, so it's not a big problem. If it's you, you can just walk on the roofs, the Han family young master said. The roofs. Oh, that's right. Gu Fei also realized. It wasn't because the roofs were good for concealment, but because Gu Fei was the only one who could roam freely on all the roofs. Why? Because only Gu Fei could teleport. It was impossible for all the roofs to be connected. Some of the roofs were too far apart, and other than teleportation, there was no other way to get there. Because of that, if they both chased after Gu Fei on the roofs, they definitely wouldn't be able to catch up. If they chased after him on the streets, Gu Fei could just jump over the roofs and cross the street, and normal players would have to go around the intersection. How could they catch up? We'll all go to the wanted mission office to help you keep an eye on him, the Han family young master said. Got it, Gu Fei replied. At that moment, he and Slim Waist Dance were already on the way back to the city. The land outside the city was vast. Gu Fei had a lot of experience in being wanted, so he knew how to avoid the target's coordinates that refreshed every 5 minutes. But in Moonlit Night City, the main city where the wanted mission market was very popular, there were some fierce players who had already cleared PK 100 times. This meant that they had already received the reward of the wanted mission, the Windchaser emblem, which refreshed every minute was quite troublesome. Fortunately, there weren't many people like this. After all, they would only do this mission to clear PK. After clearing PK more than 100 times, there really weren't many people like this. But with Gu Fei and Slim Waist Dance's movement speed, besides rogues and archers, the other classes had basically been eliminated. In such a large-scale pursuit, their footsteps were completely insufficient. Even for these two major classes, it still depended on how much points and equipment you put in. If you were strong to the extreme, Gu Fei might not be able to beat you, but Slim Waist Dancer wouldn't be a problem either. She was the true #1 player in this parallel world. Taking so many turns, they accidentally bumped into someone, and the two casually dealt with them. They already had more than 20 PK points, so what difference did they have? Slowly, they neared the city gate, where there were more people gathered. There were players continuously walking out of the city, and the two didn't know which ones were chasing them, and which ones were just leveling. Let's split up here and go our separate ways, Gu Fei said to Slim Waist Dance. Okay, be careful. Slim Waist Dance nodded. You too, Gu Fei said. Slim Waist Dance immediately used stealth. Gu Fei also rushed towards the city gate, his eyes locked on the players leaving the city. Among them, there might be the temporary constables that wanted to capture him. As expected, when Gu Fei rushed to the gate, 3 people immediately looked at him with fiery gazes, and each took out their weapons. That wasn't all. These 3 people had accepted the quest, so they immediately saw the number on Gu Fei's body. The others were their helpers, and they were too lazy to go to the quest office to accept the quest, so they directly followed him. They didn't know the number, so they reacted half a beat slower. However, when they heard their friend's reminder, 1/5 of the players in and out of the city instantly rushed towards Gu Fei. That's a lot, Gu Fei muttered to himself. Fortunately, Gu Fei was already prepared, and his speed was fast. Before the other party could even get into position, Gu Fei had already rushed through the door like a gust of wind. The one who was slightly closer to him was also knocked down by Gu Fei's sword for safety's sake. 27, Gu Fei counted his PK points. After entering the city gate, there were even more players pointing at him and shouting. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry to rush in the direction of the wanted quest office. He looked around for an empty alley and rushed in. The players all chased after him. Gu Fei looked back. He had the advantage in speed, so he didn't have to worry for now. However, he didn't run very far. Suddenly, the intersection in front of him shook, and several players rushed out, blocking in front of Gu Fei. There were people in front and behind him, and everyone felt that there was no way for Gu Fei to escape. As a result, they began to feel hostility towards each other. There were too many monks and not enough gruel. With so many people accepting Gu Fei's quest, only one person could complete it. Now that they felt that Gu Fei couldn't escape, everyone immediately began to be wary of each other. Gu Fei smiled. Gathering everyone on one street was exactly what he wanted. He waved goodbye to everyone, waved his finger, and used teleportation to go up the building. This building was high. It was so high that ordinary players couldn't climb up. Gu Fei ran freely on the building, and the players were stunned for a long time before they finally reacted. They also had many tricks up their sleeves. For example, the strength warrior threw people up, the combat master hugged and threw, or even stacked up the bases. In addition, there were long-range professions that launched attacks and chased Gu Fei down the street. These were all within Gu Fei's expectations. The first rooftop wasn't far from the starting point. Gu Fei was running on the rooftop to wait for teleportation's cooldown to end. He was waiting for a few players to climb up. 1 minute passed, and Gu Fei rushed to the end of the street. He used teleportation in midair, and Gu Fei crossed the 8-meter-wide street just like that. The players were completely dumbfounded. Just as Han family young master and Gu Fei had expected, there was no way to catch up. Some players ran to the rooftop in front of them and climbed up early to ambush Gu Fei, but who told them that Gu Fei had to walk in a straight line? Of course, climbing the rooftop was a waste of time. Countless players who had been left far behind could often see Gu Fei's accelerated running, jumping, and rising step by step. He looked just like the video game they played when they were young, Super Mario. Chapter 294. The sky above moonlit night city became a place for Gu Fei to roam freely. He was not in a hurry to go to the wanted mission office. He was worried that doing so would expose his intentions and he would be ambushed. After jumping around on the roof for a while, even Slender Waist Dance sent a message, "Hey, what are you jumping around for? I've already received the quest." Slender Waist Dance sneaked all the way and carefully entered the wanted mission office. Normally, receiving a quest and communicating with the system would interrupt stealth, but Slender Waist Dance was moving stealthily. 10 seconds was enough to receive this quest, and there happened to be a lot of people at the wanted mission office. It was inevitable that someone would be bumped into, so she used stealthily to avoid this hidden danger. In addition, this also caused a lot of fights in the wanted mission office. Those who were bumped into didn't know that an invisible person had just passed by them, so they naturally glared at nearby players. There were not many good people in Moonlit Night City to begin with, and this kind of attitude was not worthy of the guild badge of the 10 Meetings Alliance. Something was definitely going to happen. Slender Waist Dance naturally didn't care about this. After leaving the wanted mission office, although her mana had been exhausted, it was nothing more than the effect of stealthily disappearing. Her stealth state was still maintained, and no one knew where she was. Her job could be said to be extremely easy. Gu Fei also said hello to Sword Demon and the others, asking those who had the Windchaser coat of arms to temporarily contribute. When Yutian Shinming heard that he was borrowing a beauty for his use, he was naturally very enthusiastic. After setting a place and sneakily meeting, Yutian Shinming handed over the Windchaser coat of arms. Slender Waist Dance took it and looked at it. Before she could thank him, she first asked, "Are you selling it?" Yutian Shinming was startled and subconsciously replied, "How much for?" "How much do you want?" Slender Waist Dance asked. Yutian Shinming was a little hesitant. The value of the Windchaser emblem varied from person to person. A person like Gu Fei would definitely view it as a treasure, and a player who frequently caused trouble in Moonlit City would also view it as a valuable item. However, to an ordinary, well-behaved player, the Windchaser emblem wasn't of much use. Yutian Shinming was an honest child who never took the initiative to stir up trouble. However, at this moment, he felt like a little expert, and felt that having such a rare piece of equipment was quite valuable. Just as he was about to refuse, Slim Waist Dancer asked, "Will you sell it for 500 gold coins?" Yutian Shinming immediately stretched out his hand. Sell. 500 gold coins had shattered Yutian Shinming's reputation as an expert. Slender Waist Dance, who was equipped with the Windchaser emblem, ate some fruits to replenish her mana, and continued to search for her target in stealth. At this time, Gu Fei received news from the Sword Demon and the others at the Wanted Mission office and rushed over. Due to the chaos caused by Slender Waist Dance's stealthy actions, the Han family young master felt that this was a good opportunity. Gu Fei arrived and directly teleported to the door. He dashed in and accepted the quest with great familiarity. When he accepted the quest, he was a little shocked, but he didn't have time to think about it. The players in the room had already noticed Gu Fei's arrival and were shouting as they prepared to attack him. Gu Fei dashed out of the door and threw an electric wall in front of the door. The two players who rushed out of the door fell into an ambush. They crackled in front of the door and attracted the attention of the crowd. Gu Fei took advantage of the chaos to leave in a hurry. He ran to a quiet place and quickly sent a message to Slender Waist Dance. "Hey, don't tell me the quest you accepted is the one with 27 PK points." "Of course not. Isn't the one with 27 PK points you?" Slender Waist Dance said. Not bad." Gu Fei let out a sigh of relief. When he accepted the quest, he saw the number 26. At the time, he was so excited that he almost accepted it. Luckily, he instantly realized that it was Slender Waist Dance. He thought that it was a close call. But soon, he was worried that Slender Waist Dance didn't realize it and accepted Gu Fei. As soon as he left the quest office, he immediately ran to the side of the road and asked. Luckily, it seemed that girls were more meticulous than men. If it was the guys in the mercenary group, they would have forgotten about this and accepted it. Gu Fei was happy as he ran to the target's coordinates. Along the way, there were still many pursuers. Gu Fei continued to walk on the rooftops. This target happened to be in the city. Gu Fei walked in a straight line and got closer very quickly. When he finally got close to this person, he saw a scene that made him want to cry. This comrade number 56197 was walking on the street with a few brothers. She suddenly screamed and turned around to look at the empty space beside her. Her eyes were filled with confusion, incomprehension, and fear. Then, she disappeared. The brothers beside him were also completely at a loss. They looked around and finally looked at Gu Fei on the rooftop. They raised their hands and scolded, "Kid, did you do it?" "It would be great if I did." Gu Fei smiled bitterly. He didn't bother to explain and turned around to leave. He sent a message to Slender Waist Dance. "Hey, did you just accept number 56197, a person with 5 PK points?" Yes. Slender Waist Dance said proudly. "I thought you would choose the first one out of habit, so I chose the second one. That way, we wouldn't have to repeat each other." "I knew it was you." Gu Fei sighed. Only Slender Waist Dance, who had the ability to move stealthily, could kill people without them noticing. Other rogues could kill people in one hit, and their stealth would definitely disappear. They wouldn't die without being able to find the killer. It was a pity that Gu Fei thought too much when he accepted the quest. He probably chose the first location out of habit, so he also chose the second location. Just like that, the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other. At this time, Slender Waist Dance also reacted. "Hey, don't tell me you also chose this person." If Gu Fei didn't choose this person, there was no reason for him to ask in such detail. Isn't that right? Gu Fei said gloomily. After you accept the quest number, squeak. Squeak. Slender Waist Dance said. She had completed the quest, so she could naturally use the wind-chasing emblem. She also used stealth to fly back in stealth mode and accept the quest again. It was very convenient. What's the number? Gu Fei asked. 115493, Slender Waist Dance replied. Got it. Gu Fei replied and continued bouncing back to the quest office. He had been bouncing around Moonlit City for a while now, and all the players who were paying attention to him were confused. They didn't know what he was up to. This time, Gu Fei directly bounced back to the wanted quest office, accepted another quest, and then bounced away to complete it. Then, it was more daunting than dangerous. Gu Fei had completed 2 wanted quests, and his PK value had dropped to 17. Slender Waist Dance had completed 3 quests, and her PK value had dropped to 11. The child elite group, who originally thought that there would be a crisis that required help, found that with these 2 experts, everything was very simple. The entrance to the wanted quest office was originally on high alert, but now, they were all relaxed. They squatted in a row under the wall opposite the entrance. If there were a few bowls in front of them, they would look like a row of beggars. Only the Han family young master stood there seriously. At this time, he saw that Gu Fei and Slender Waist Dance had already walked back and forth a few times. He used his foot to nudge the people around him. Get up, trouble is coming. They all looked at him. As expected by the Han family young master, the entrance to the wanted quest office suddenly became lively. This place seemed to have become a new gathering point. Countless players started to gather here. Even the walls above them were filled with people. It was clear that they were coming for Gu Fei. These people had all accepted quests. Seeing the PK value of Gu Fei and Slender Waist Dance rapidly decrease, they obviously knew that these 2 guys were doing a wanted quest. Gu Fei only wanted to confuse his opponents with his movement, but he forgot that his PK value was a more intuitive reaction. In such a short amount of time, 10 PK value was gone. There was no other reason other than a wanted quest. Tell Slender Waist Dance not to come back after this. You too. The Han family young master messaged Gu Fei. What's wrong? Gu Fei said. They've all come over here. Of course they'll notice that your PK value has decreased. The Han family young master said. Gu Fei reacted and immediately told Slender Waist Dance. Slender Waist Dance quickly understood. Just a moment ago, the entire city was filled with players, but now it suddenly became quiet. The people who couldn't get rid of them also disappeared. Then what should we do? Slender Waist Dance asked Gu Fei. Oh, let's go to a tavern and sit for a bit. Gu Fei said. That's a good idea. The 2 of them met up, found a random tavern, and casually walked in and ordered some alcohol. The 2 of them drank happily, while the group of people at the wanted quest office were lonely waiting. These people were actually competitors and didn't have any good feelings towards each other. At this time, when everyone gathered together, they realized that there were actually so many people who had accepted the same quest. Everyone's first sentence was, 124785 or 125,987, 124785 was Gu Fei's quest, 125987 was Slender Waist Dance's quest. After asking, they found out that the 2 quests were evenly split. Some of them were aiming for the highest PK value, while others thought that there would be more people who would take the highest PK value, so they took second place. At this time, everyone was staring at each other. Sword Demon Yutian Shinming unscathed and Battle Brother Yu was the same. In the end, he asked the Han family young master, there are so many people, can't we handle it? What's with all the noise? Just watch. The Han family young master crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, looking forward as if nothing had happened. Not long after, these people suddenly started to leave one after another. After realizing that there were so many people fighting for these two characters, some people who didn't have confidence in getting them decided to give up and left on the spot. Not long after, half of the people had left, and the rest were still hesitant. At this time, everyone who was staring at the coordinates noticed that these two people hadn't moved for a long time. Suddenly, they thought of those who had left first, and their expressions all changed. After whispering to each other, they sneakily left and continued. The Han family young master laughed coldly, lecturing his group members on the spot, "See that? If we aren't united, we can't do anything." In the end, he sent a message to Gu Fei, "Okay, you can come back now." Chapter 295. Gu Fei, who was taking a break in the tavern, immediately notified Slim Waist Dance after receiving Han family young master's message. The two of them activated their Wind Chaser emblem and disappeared from the tavern in a flash of white light. The players who noticed that the coordinates hadn't moved for a long time rushed to the tavern, but there was nothing there. When they refreshed again, they realized that the coordinates were so far away. Some of the more experienced players made a judgment. "Fuck, those two guys also have Wind Chaser emblem." The two of them flashed to the wanted quest office. There were some players in the room, but they weren't much of a threat to the two experts. The two of them quickly turned in their quests and accepted them. Gu Fei had 12 PK points left, while Slim Waist Dance only had 6 PK points left. Many players weren't as enthusiastic about these two quests anymore. They felt that they were just wasting their time. They were even hoping that the two of them could quickly clear their PK points so that they could forcefully end the quest and accept other quests. Gu Fei and Slim Waist Dance went to find their own targets. Han family young master and the others stayed where they were. "It should be fine now, right?" After squatting for a long time, Brother Yu got up and massaged his numb legs. The young master of the Han family replied vaguely, but his eyes were looking around as if he was waiting for someone. "What else could it be?" the others asked when they saw him like this. The young master of the Han family shook his head in a certain direction. When the others looked over, they saw Yun Zhongmu leading a large group of people in a hurry towards that direction. Without saying a word, they rushed into the wanted quest office. There were some curses coming from inside the room. Not long after, some players ran out of the wanted quest office with their heads in their hands. Then, Yun Zhongmu walked out of the room with his brothers. He looked around with a stern expression. When he saw some players standing there in a daze, he pointed at them and said, "What are you doing?" "Run. Quest." The players were stunned. They didn't know what they had done to provoke this group of people. "What quest?" "No more wanted quests today. Go, go, go." Cloud Twilight had chased away all of the players. He looked around and saw 5 people squatting or standing at the foot of the opposite wall. He hurriedly walked over. "How is it? Is Brother Qianli all right?" Yun Zhongmu asked with concern. Don't worry, Brother Yu answered on behalf of everyone. "Our PK points will be cleared soon. Why didn't you tell us? Look at what's going on," Cloud Twilight said. Naturally, there were also people from the 10 Meetings Alliance who did the PK task. Some of them even chased after Gu Fei. After all, only a few of the 4,000 people knew Gu Fei. Later, a member of the 10 Meetings Alliance who knew Gu Fei finally met Gu Fei face to face. Only then did he know that the Super Mario that caused a sensation in the city was actually Qianli. He was drunk and quickly told the situation to Yun Zhongmu. Yun Zhongmu quickly called over a group of brothers to help. Sure enough, the 10 Guilds Alliance was the overlord of Moonlit City. The wanted quest office was immediately occupied by this group of people. Players who wanted to come for the wanted quest were told to come back later. How long was this later? Once Gu Fei's PK points were cleared, the wanted quest would end. Gu Fei and Slim Waist Dance didn't know. Fortunately, the first person to kill the target was Gu Fei. When he returned to the quest hall, he found that there was no one there. He was naturally surprised. Then, he took the quest and left. He saw a black mass of people. Gu Fei was startled. There were so many people blocking the way. Why didn't anyone warn him? Could it be that those people thought there was nothing to do and ran off to play? Just as he was about to kill and run, some of the people facing Gu Fei shouted, "Brother Qianli is back." Everyone turned around. Cloud Twilight rushed out and grabbed Gu Fei's hands. "Brother Qianli, it's been hard on you." "Ah. It's not hard." Gu Fei was startled. "Our moonlit city's people like to randomly PK. What's there to wash?" "Look, I never wash when I'm PK," Cloud Twilight said. That's right, that's right." Gu Fei followed along and agreed. Of course, he understood the purpose of this large group of people. No matter what, they had good intentions. Gu Fei expressed his thanks and continued, "It's almost done. There's no need for everyone to go through so much trouble. Let's go." "How many PK points are left?" Cloud Twilight asked. 7. Before Gu Fei could say anything, someone behind Cloud Twilight had already replied. There were quite a few people in the 10 Meetings Alliance who had followed Gu Fei. "Then you'll have to do 2 more quests. We'll help you guard here," Cloud Twilight said. "There's really no need to go through so much trouble," Gu Fei said. "We're all brothers. There's no need to be so polite." Cloud Twilight didn't seem to care. Gu Fei was helpless. He was just about to send a message to Slim Waist Dance to prevent any misunderstandings when he heard the door behind him open. Slim Waist Dance cried out, "Fuck, I've been surrounded." By the time Gu Fei turned around, Slim Waist Dance had already disappeared into stealth. Gu Fei hurriedly yelled, "Don't attack, she's one of us." Everything was silent. Everyone was staring at the air. Slim Waist Dance's fiery red figure slowly faded out. She had already rushed to Cloud Twilight's side, the dagger in her hand about to cut off Cloud Twilight's head. "Your friend?" Slim Waist Dance blinked. "Yeah." Gu Fei knocked Slim Waist Dance's arm that was still holding the dagger against Cloud Twilight's neck. He pulled her away and said, "Let's continue with the quest." Cloud Twilight's neck was still cold. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's quick shout, he probably really would have been killed by Slim Waist Dance. As a thief, he was quite surprised. How could she move so quickly in stealth? What kind of person was this? How should I address this heroine? Cloud Twilight asked. Slim Waist Dance. Slim Waist Dance introduced herself. Oh. Everyone let out a long sigh. These bandits had also heard of the #1 RMB warrior, the current #1 player in the parallel world. "Let's go, let's go." Gu Fei called out to everyone as he dragged Slim Waist Dance out. At this time, Slim Waist Dance only had 1 PK point left. After this quest, it had been completely wiped out. Gu Fei had 7 PK points, which was the result of 2 more quests. The uproar finally came to an end. After thanking Cloud Twilight a few more times, Cloud Twilight and his brothers also left. Slim Waist Dance went to find the girls from Reborn Amethyst. Gu Fei watched the 2 leave. He dusted off his mage robes, turned around, and headed back to the wanted quest office. "Where are you going?" The 5 child elite group members at the foot of the wall were startled. "A quest," Gu Fei said. "Isn't it already done?" the 5 said. Gu Fei turned around. The 5 of them came to their senses. Bounty quests were Gu Fei's main game. TCH. The 5 pointed their middle fingers at him, lined up and dispersed from the foot of the wall. At this time, the guild quest for reigning the 4 seas had already ended. A large group of people had gathered and were on high alert. In the end, there was no battle at all. After Unsworn Sword paid the fee, he didn't take out any goods from the dungeon, but a person. To be more accurate, it was an NPC. An NPC with disheveled hair and a dirty face, wearing a rough prison uniform. His hands and feet were chained up. The quest's plot was now a little clearer. It was said that this NPC held an important position in a major city. Later on, he was investigated for corruption, so he fled and was unfortunately captured in Moonlit Night City. Reigning the Four Seas Guild quest was to bring this corrupt person back to his major city for trial. Of course, only the people from Reigning the Four Seas knew this plot. The mercenary group players squatted in front of the dungeon for a long time without doing anything. They were very unhappy. Unsworn Sword was also regretful. If he had known it would be so easy, he would have brought the person out earlier and everyone would be on their way. In the end, they wasted a lot of time setting up formations and equipping themselves in front of the dungeon. Moreover, many people found out that they wouldn't be on their way today, so they didn't know where they ran off to play. Helpless, they could only continue with their decision to set off tomorrow. The mercenary group players dispersed. Unsworn Sword didn't know what to do with this NPC. Was he supposed to bring him along when he leveled up? What if he went offline? What would he do? When he asked the quest NPC, he fainted. It wasn't a problem to bring him along when he leveled up, but if something happened to him and he died, the quest would be considered a failure. More importantly, if he were to log off, he would have to be escorted back to the dungeon for the time being. The dungeon was a system organization, so of course there would be a management fee. It was the same fee that Unsworn Sword had to pay to bring him back today. In other words, Unsworn Sword was a white-collar worker today. The money was wasted. When he was about to go offline, he would have to return the NPC. He would have to come back tomorrow to pay the fee and bring him back. Unsworn Sword angrily shoved the NPC back into the dungeon and dispersed with his group of brothers. Gu Fei was happily farming wanted quests. The PK value of the players in Moonlit Night City wasn't low. There were a bunch of players with a PK value of 5. Otherwise, Gu Fei and Slim Waist Dance wouldn't have cleared PK so quickly. The higher the PK value, the better the rewards. Gu Fei's experience was rising, his wallet was bulging, and he was addicted to fighting. At this point in the game, he had nothing else to ask for. Sword Demon and the others sent a message saying that they had found some new quests that weren't available in Cloud City. They asked him if he wanted to do them, but Gu Fei rejected them all. The quests in Cloud City were all new to Gu Fei. If he wanted to do them, he would have done them long ago. Doing quests was better than doing wanted quests. Gu Fei thought as he dealt with the target in front of him. Then he patted the Windchaser emblem and flew back to the wanted quest office. At this time, Gu Fei wore a mask like the players in Moonlit Night City. The busy players in the wanted quest office had no idea that the person in front of them was the target they had been chasing. After queuing up, he finally reached the quest window. Gu Fei sighed. This was the only thing he was dissatisfied with about Moonlit Night City's wanted quests: too many people. He wanted to turn in the quest he had just completed and was about to receive a new one when he heard a ding from the system. It was a ding that he hadn't heard for a long time. This was the ding that came when there was a special reward for completing a quest. Chapter 296. After a ding, an explanation of why he had received this reward appeared. The system stated, player Qianli Drunk has eliminated a total of 400 PK points in the wanted mission. This was an amazing and outstanding achievement that only Gu Fei could achieve. This was because the system clearly indicated in brackets in the prompt, the corresponding PK value converted during PK is not included in the statistics. If it wasn't for PK points, no one would do a wanted mission, even in Moonlit Night City. Aside from Gu Fei, who else could have accumulated 400 PK points, who else could have accumulated that many bounty points? Finally, the reward was announced: Windchaser's Protection. Gu Fei had reason to believe that there was a lot of equipment hidden in this wanted mission, and they would all have a tacky name like Windchaser. But so be it, he still had to take out the newly obtained equipment to have a look. This protection was a necklace. Attributes: HP plus 60, max HP plus 35%. This attribute was exactly the same as the plus 60 movement and plus 35% movement speed of the Windchaser boots, which clearly showed that they were from the same series. The relationship between adding points to HP and Constitution was the same as adding points to movement and agility. The mage's HP growth was on the weaker side, at 0.85. The initial HP was 85, and for every point in Constitution, the HP would increase by 0.85. Gu Fei was now level 40, and apart from the automatic 40 points in Constitution, he didn't add any points. He had a total of 119 HP, and when he wore Eddie's emblem, he had an additional 6 points of Constitution, giving him a total of 124 HP. The number after the decimal point was never displayed in the parallel world. Whether or not it could be used in battle depended on a game theorist, mathematician, and scientist like Brother Yu to figure it out. Now that he had Windchaser's protection, Gu Fei's HP could reach up to 248, which was double his HP. Even an idiot would know that Windchaser's protection was as amazing as the Windchaser boots. Unfortunately, Gu Fei didn't like it. As a character who hadn't really sacrificed himself in the game, Gu Fei didn't care much about the lack of HP, but the lack of mana made him suffer. It would be great if this thing was something that could increase one's magical power. Gu Fei mumbled to himself as he looked at the necklace in his hand. As for health, basically, no one could hurt Gu Fei. Did it matter how many lives he had? With that in mind, Gu Fei accepted another quest and went out again. Of course, he had to try out the new equipment. Gu Fei equipped the Windchaser's blessing. The sudden increase in HP did not bring him any strange feeling. It's useless. Gu Fei shook his head as he ran towards his goal. Nothing else happened that night until Gu Fei went offline. The next day, Gu Fei came online earlier than usual. Firstly, the criminals in Moonlit Night City with a PK value of 4 to 5 attracted him. Secondly, he wanted to come online as early as possible to see how things were going in Vast Mang. When he went online and opened his friends list, he saw that Fireball, Tsubasa Sakuratsuka, and the others were all online. He quickly sent them a message and learned that they were all fine and nothing had happened. Fireball also strongly invited Gu Fei over, claiming that they had found 3 beautiful girls. He was very loyal and invited Gu Fei to enjoy them together. Gu Fei wiped his sweat and declined. After that, he had nothing else to do. Naturally, he did some wanted quests. When it was almost 7:00, the Han family young master sent him a message, and he gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. Naturally, the atmosphere today was not as tense as yesterday. Everyone stared at Unsworn Sword, who was on the stairs. Unsworn Sword wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw the situation, he thought it was better to stop. He simply turned around and went to negotiate with the NPC. His swift action won the players' admiring gazes. The players continued on their way. Before 7:00, Reflection of Years had already checked with the mercenary leaders. Moonlit Night City was indeed a troublesome city. They had only stayed here for 2 days, but many incidents had already happened. Most of them were fighting over territory while they were out leveling, and the ones who fought were all mercenary group players. Because players from reigning the 4 seas couldn't register in other cities during the quest period, they would return to Cloud City once they died. Therefore, Unsworn Sword and the other leaders repeatedly told everyone to keep a low profile and forget their identity as the #1 guild in Cloud City. Now that they saw it, the results were good. Many of the mercenary group players were bleeding from the fight, while reigning the 4 seas didn't suffer any losses. Unsworn Sword and the others were naturally laughing in their hearts. The Cloud City players who were bullied while leveling were now sympathizing with each other. They talked about the violence in Moonlit Night City and reminisced about the good life in Cloud City. In short, there was only one sentence: I can't stay here a minute longer. People always like to compare. During the conversation, the players began to compare who had suffered the most in Moonlit Night City. In the end, Tsubasa Sakuratsuka's Great Hunt mercenary group came out on top. Their mercenary group had 40 people, and 22 of them had died in the past 2 days. Both the ratio and the total number of people were outstanding. "Brother, you're so strong. How many battles did you fight?" someone exclaimed. Most of the other players only had small skirmishes at the starting point of the leveling area. At most, 1 or 2 people died, and some even retreated as soon as they saw blood. 5 or 6 people died because of 5 or 6 skirmishes in 2 days. This was already quite a feat in the end. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka's group killed 22 people. According to this line of thinking, that was 22 skirmishes. This was too great. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka wasn't only good at playing dirty, he was also good at showing off. At this time, he had a disapproving look on his face. "It's nothing. It's just a small skirmish with this 10 guilds alliance." Everyone was moved, but they quickly began to laugh at Tsubasa Sakuratsuka's bragging. Even if these players didn't come to Moonlit Night City, they would have heard of the 10 Guilds Alliance's reputation. This was currently the largest player group in the game. Although there were 10 guilds, it was actually equivalent to a large guild with more than 4,000 people. Cloud City, reigning the 4 seas, a top guild with 750 people, could only claim to be small in front of them. Tsubasa Sakuratsuka's small mercenary group of 40 people could still walk out of Moonlit Night City unscathed after a skirmish with more than 4,000 people. "Tisk, forget it if you don't believe me." Tsubasa Sakuratsuka didn't force the issue and waved his hand without explaining. The players laughed and dispersed, and the conversation ended. Following the main road outside the city, the group gradually entered a small village. Gu Fei was excited and said to the 5 elite group members, "This is Moonlit Village. My chain of quests was completed here." "Oh, this is the village where half of the villagers are werewolves." Brother Yu quickly took out his notebook to collect information. "Yes, yes." Gu Fei pulled Brother Yu to the edge of the group and pointed at the NPCs on the side of the road, wanting to point out a werewolf for Brother Yu to see. When Gu Fei first came to Moonlit Village with a quest, the normal villagers and werewolf villagers had completely different attitudes towards him. Even today, he still remembered a few werewolf villagers that looked like humans. But now that he was pointing at them one by one, he still couldn't find the werewolf villagers that he was looking for. Brother Yu was holding a notebook and pen at the side, ready to take notes, but Gu Fei was babbling and not saying a word. Brother Yu raised his head and looked at him strangely. Suddenly, someone jumped in front of the two of them with a "Hey! Little Rain!" Gu Fei called out. June Rain looked quite excited and said to Gu Fei, "We're at this village again." "That's right." Gu Fei replied as he continued to look around. "Do you remember the secret of this village?" June Rain said mysteriously. "What secret?" Gu Fei was startled. June Rain moved closer to his ear and whispered, "There's a werewolf." Gu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He found that he had fallen into June Rain's intelligence trap. From a certain point of view, June Rain was as scary as the Han family young master. Because how far a person's thoughts could go and how simple a person's thoughts could be, people who hadn't reached his level might not be able to understand. Gu Fei felt that he was still relatively close to the young master of the Han family, but he was still very far away from the Rain in June. "What, you don't remember?" June Rain used her intelligence to evaluate Gu Fei. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't say anything for a long time, she asked. I remember. Didn't I want to find a werewolf?" Gu Fei said. "If you want to find a werewolf, look for me." June Rain patted her chest. Gu Fei didn't understand. Then June Rain took out her mission notebook from her pocket and flipped to the Moonlit Night City chapter of the Werewolves distribution in the Luminous Village chapter. Coordinates XXXX. Villager Fane, werewolf. June Rain muttered as she looked at her feet. She stepped on the coordinates and deviated from the team's direction. After a few steps, June Rain was already standing at the coordinates she had recorded. But after looking around and walking in 2 circles, there were no villagers at the coordinates. Ah! What's going on? June Rain's pure eyes flashed with confusion. Let's look at the next one. The kind Gu Fei pointed to the next one in her notebook. Coordinates XXXX, XXXX, villager Sammy, werewolf. June Rain mumbled as she began to step on the coordinates again. In the end, she arrived at an uninhabited area. Ah! June Rain didn't wait for Gu Fei to speak and directly moved on to the next one. This time, there were people in the coordinate area, but they weren't the werewolf villagers that June Rain had recorded. June Rain talked to this NPC 5 times, and the NPC insisted that he was called Reed, and not Quentin, which June Rain's notebook recorded. Did I remember it wrong? June Rain scratched her head. For someone who often made muddle-headed mistakes, she didn't have much confidence in herself. Probably not. Gu Fei said. Then what's going on? The werewolves don't seem to be here anymore. Gu Fei said. The werewolves don't seem to be here. Brother Yu, who had been following the two, repeated. Chapter 297. The werewolves weren't here. It was broad daylight. The werewolf villagers should be standing on the side of the road like normal villagers to create the atmosphere of the game. Gu Fei wanted to point them out to Brother Yu but couldn't find them. He thought it was just the werewolves that he remembered weren't on duty today, but June Rain's record was very detailed. They walked 3 in a row and still couldn't find them. Gu Fei recalled his memories and felt that there were indeed fewer villagers on the side of the road today. Come this way. Gu Fei led the way with June Rain and Brother Yu following closely behind. They arrived in front of a house in the village. June Rain looked down at her little book and announced, werewolf. Gu Fei nodded. Although he didn't know this person's name, the person who lived here was the tall werewolf that gave him the dark streak sword. He was obviously the leader of the werewolves in this village. While thinking, Gu Fei had already reached out and pushed open the door. We have to knock on the door. What if the rude NPC gets angry and doesn't give us the quest? June Rain panicked, but soon saw that there was no one in the house. Let me see your little book. Gu Fei said to June Rain. Holding June Rain's little book, the 3 of them barged into 3 more werewolf houses, but they were all empty. Brother Yu walked around the room and wiped the table. There's no dust yet. It doesn't look like they've been gone for a long time. You're so smart. June Rain praised Brother Yu. Let's go ask Uncle Village Chief. June Rain gave a new suggestion after praising Brother Yu. Hey, they're almost gone. Do we need to continue asking about the werewolves? Brother Yu said. Do you think the disappearance of the werewolves has anything to do with the Raining the Four Seas quest? Gu Fei said. What does that have to do with anything? Brother Yu asked. He then muttered to himself, it can't be that the werewolves are going to attack, right? That's too much. The werewolves are level 70 monsters. How many werewolves are there in this village? June Rain immediately lowered her head and started counting according to the book. 1, 2, 3, 4, there's no need to count. Gu Fei interrupted her. Let's go ask the village chief. He found the old village chief of Luminous Village. Surprisingly, the village chief recognized Gu Fei and addressed him as Brave Warrior. Gu Fei had assumed that he would be treated like an ordinary player in Luminous Village after completing his quest. He had never imagined that he would receive such special treatment. Only Gu Fei would make a fuss about such a thing. People like June Rain, who had frequent quests, were very used to this kind of situation. After completing those non-repeatable quests, the NPCs would indeed change their attitude towards you. If it was the same as before, then the mission must have failed. You can start over again, village chief. After greeting them, Gu Fei picked out a few names from Little Yu's notebook and asked about their whereabouts. Oh, them. The weather is very good today. They went hunting, the village head replied. Hunting? Where to hunt? Gu Fei asked. In the forest? North of the village? Or in the mountains? That I don't know. The village head said. Do they hunt often? Gu Fei asked again. The village head shook his head. Look, it's not normal. Gu Fei said to Brother Yu. North of the village. That's the direction we're heading. Brother Yu was a bit moved. Hurry up and chase after them. This is serious. They're level 70 monsters. Let's send a message. Gu Fei said as he followed. The three left the village head's house and headed north. Not long after, they saw the team that had stopped in front of them. Most of the players were suspicious and discussing among themselves, not knowing what had happened. The three core members of Reigning the Four Seas, Unsworn Sword, Reflection of Years, and Wind Star, had been waiting here for a long time. As soon as they saw them, they immediately went up to greet them. However, the one who greeted them was Brother Yu. Brother Yu, what do you think is going on with the werewolves here? Brother Yu had sent the news to the Han family young master, and then the Han family young master had passed the news to Reflection of Years through their team leader. As the news spread, everyone was talking about it. Ask him. Brother Yu pushed Gu Fei over. Reflection of Years' face was unfriendly. He really didn't want to talk to Gu Fei. Wind Star was also a bit hesitant, not knowing how to treat Gu Fei. In the end, Unsworn Sword could only speak. Brother Qianli, what's going on with the werewolves? Earlier, I did a quest here. Gu Fei said. In this luminous village, half of the villagers are actually werewolves. They live with humans and don't want to expose their identity. However, when I came to this village this time, I found that all the werewolves had disappeared. We already asked around, and they didn't disappear for a long time. It's just that today, the village head said that they went hunting. This is something that they have never done before. The place where they went hunting is probably north of this village. North, that's the direction we're heading. Unsworn Sword and the other two looked at each other. You mean, the werewolves might attack us? Reflection of Years, as the inept military advisor of Reigning the Four Seas, had to speak after all. Just a guess. Gu Fei noticed that Reflection of Years was not very friendly towards him, and in his heart, he despised this person for being narrow-minded. Wasn't it just a loss in a match? How many people had lost to the child elite group, but he had never seen anyone like him. That was what Gu Fei thought. Reflection of Years looked back at the luminous village that was already behind them. This village isn't big. If half of it is werewolves, then there are about 100 of them. Although the werewolves are level 70 monsters, we have thousands of players here. 10 against 1, it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? We can rely on numbers to grind them to death. Other monsters can, but I'm afraid the werewolves can't, Gu Fei said. Oh. Reflection of Years squinted at him. The werewolves are very fast, and they can self-recover, Gu Fei said. There was no need to elaborate. Everyone here was an expert, and they understood what these 2 points meant as soon as they heard it. Fast speed meant that the players might not be able to attack the opponent, self-recovery meant that the attack power wasn't high enough, and if it wasn't continuous, then it was equivalent to no attack. The werewolves were indeed a problem that needed to be taken seriously. Unfortunately, Reflection of Years had just spoken to Gu Fei in a strange tone, and it wasn't good to immediately change his attitude. After a cold snort, it was Sword Without Oath who stood up to play the good cop. Brother Qianli, then what do you think we should do? What do I mean? I don't mean anything. I just told you that there are werewolves in front of us. You decide what to do. Gu Fei said. Sword Without Oath laughed and hurriedly said, Brother Qianli, don't mind my brother's attitude. He treats everyone like this. Gu Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't mind, I really don't mean anything. I just happened to find that the werewolf had disappeared, and I thought it might be related to your quest, so I called out to you guys to let you guys be prepared. That's it. Sword Without Oath was stunned. What else can we do? Gu Fei spread out his hands. Oh, then Brother Qianli, you should rest first. We'll go discuss it. Sword Without Oath said. Go, go. Gu Fei waved his hand as if he was the boss, and Sword Without Oath was just a pawn. The team stopped at the side of the road to rest. The news that there might be more than 100 werewolves in front of them had already been spread to everyone. And the werewolves were fast and had automatic recovery. It was clear that even if they could fight them head-on, the casualties would be terrible. They had to think of a better way. The leaders of Unhindered and the various mercenary group leaders were sitting in an open space in the forest by the side of the road, having a meeting. Other than the werewolves, there was also a piece of gossip that was spreading among the team. Did you know? That Qianli drunk is from Moonlit Night City. He did a quest in Moonlit Village a long time ago. Oh, no wonder he doesn't even blink when he kills people. He's from Moonlit Night City. I heard that he was chased by someone in Moonlit Night City yesterday. Oh, he must have offended someone here and can't go on. Probably. The meeting went on for 15 minutes, but there was still no conclusion. The players who weren't in charge couldn't stand it anymore. They shouted in unison, "Bosses, if you want to discuss something, why don't we go back to the city first? We'll continue tomorrow after we come up with a plan." One of the leaders in the meeting heard this and was immediately inspired. Hey, that's actually a plan. Let's go back to the city first and wait until everyone in the village is here. That means the werewolves are in the village, then we can continue. How about that? Why don't you just go around? Who knows where the werewolves are? If we go around, will we be able to avoid them? Yeah, where are the werewolves? Say, if this werewolf really went out to hunt for fun, aren't we being too paranoid? As everyone spoke, their gazes turned to the Sword of No Oath. This Sword Without Oath hesitated for a moment before looking at Han Family Young Master. Leader Han. That was how he addressed Han Family Young Master. The information on the werewolves was provided by your elite team. Do you think it's better for you guys to scout ahead and confirm the werewolves' location and intentions? Han Family Young Master's expression twitched. It was fine if they wanted to scout out the werewolves' location, but they wanted to find out the werewolves' intentions? They were just a bunch of combat NPCs. He had never heard of communicating with such NPCs. However, since Sword Without Oath had already said it, Han Family Young Master didn't back down. He nodded and said, "Deposit." Chapter 298. Everyone was stunned by the Han Family Young Master's words. A few of them even asked in surprise, "What?" "Nothing, nothing." Unsworn Sword answered first, "Let's bring our brothers around for a bit. Let's wait for our brothers from the Child Elite group to check things out first." The Han Family Young Master smiled as he watched the other mercenary group leaders get up and disperse. Unsworn Sword hurriedly went up to the Han Family Young Master and said, "About the deposit, let's talk about it in private, brother." "I'm sorry, I forgot." The Han Family Young Master continued to smile. Every mercenary group and reigning the Four Seas negotiated different prices, especially the Child Elite group. Under the terrible negotiations of the Han Family Young Master, they achieved a series of extremely unequal terms. Unsworn Sword took into consideration that the Child Elite group were all experts, and that there were only 6 of them, so he reluctantly agreed. However, if this condition was exposed, all the other mercenary groups would do the same. No matter how rich reigning the Four Seas was, they would not be able to afford it. That was why when the Han Family Young Master raised the deposit in front of everyone, Unsworn Sword was scared out of his wits. Not to mention the amount of the deposit, there were many ordinary mercenary groups that did not have the custom of paying extra for tasks. Fortunately, the players did not pay too much attention to it, and Unsworn Sword finally left after a few words. Leaving the Han Family Young Master alone, the two sides quickly negotiated the price in private. After exiting the forest, reigning the four seas and the other mercenary groups were already strolling around as if they were on a vacation. Only Gu Fei and the other four noticed that the Han family young master did not come out with the other mercenary group leaders. They guessed that something bad was going to happen, so they stood at the edge of the forest and waited. When they saw him come out, they immediately looked over with questioning gazes. The Han family young master acted like a boss, and waved at the five of them. The five of them looked away in unison, pretending that they did not know this person. Come here, come here. The Han family young master waved at the five of them. The five of them staggered forward and surrounded him. It's none of your business. The Han family young master first said to the other four people except Gu Fei. Fuck. The four of them cursed in unison. You. Han family young master turned to Gu Fei and said, Go and find the werewolf. Where am I supposed to find it? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Didn't you say north of the village? Let's go take a look. If not, we'll continue our journey. Han family young master said. Everyone listened and looked at the Han family young master. After such a long time, you came up with such a lousy task. You don't have to work hard and you can make money. Why don't you get me a job like this, said the Han family young master. Why me? Gu Fei asked. We don't know any werewolves. Ha ha ha. The Han family young master shrugged. Bah. Gu Fei spat on the ground, and resentfully turned around to leave. Hey, I'll go with you. Brother, you suddenly caught up. Information. Brother, you explained. If the situation is bad and I have to run, what will brother you do? Gu Fei hesitated. No problem, you go and negotiate with the werewolf. I'll just observe from afar. Brother, you had already planned it out. Gu Fei was also helpless. The two of them went on the road and headed north. Unsworn Sword had entrusted this mission to the child elite group. Of course, he had been paying attention to the six of them. Seeing that only two of them went on the road, he was unhappy. This was because the deposit was paid for 6 people. No matter if it was an expert elite group or the trashiest mercenary group, the number of people was an important factor when it came to paying. This was an undeniable fact. Only 2 people were sent to do the job, but they were charged for 6 people. This was too unfair. Unsworn Sword felt indignant and immediately went over to the Han family young master. Leader Han, are you busy? Bang! The Han family young master just happened to open a bottle of wine, giving Unsworn Sword a fright. He then said, Don't worry, we'll definitely complete the mission you gave us. Yeah, I saw it. Brother Qianli and brother you seem to have set off. Unsworn Sword emphasized the word 10 times more. Yeah, I'll send them to scout ahead. The 4 of us will go to the left and right to take a look. Get up, let's go. The Han family young master kicked the other 3 who were sitting on the ground. Just looking at the 3 of them sitting on the ground, it didn't look like they were preparing to set off. But with a hint from the Han family young master, the 3 of them immediately got up. Yutian Shinming even cleared his throat. Guild leader Unsworn, don't worry. With me here, they definitely won't dare to slack off. Yutian Shinming acted like he was a member of reigning 4 seas and stood on the guild's side. But even a blind person would know which side he was on. Guild leader Unsworn, we're going to cut in from this side of the forest. Then, we'll circle around and come out from the other side of the forest. This way, we'll be able to scout everything within a few hundred meters. That should be fine, right? The Han family young master said. Unsworn Sword wanted to say something, but the Han family young master already said, if we find anything special, I'll inform you immediately. There won't be any extra charges. Okay, let's go. With that, the 4 of them left Unsworn Sword there and went into the forest to scout. Unsworn Sword opened his mouth, but he couldn't find the chance to say the words he wanted to say. He really wanted to know, if the werewolves were moving around a few hundred meters away from their path, what did that have to do with them? Not to mention the fact that the Han family young master was slacking off after leading the three of them into the forest. Gu Fei and brother Yu were both very serious and responsible. As they walked on the main road, they kept looking around. As they walked, Gu Fei asked brother Yu for advice. Brother Yu, say, these werewolves are no longer the villagers' werewolves from my previous quest. They've turned into combat NPCs. Will they still recognize me? That, it's hard to say. Brother Yu hesitated. Logically speaking, these werewolves are still part of the quest NPC system, so they should recognize you. But the problem is that they appeared in two different quest scenarios. Whether or not they recognize you in this quest, I can't say for sure. The NPCs in the parallel world were divided into two categories by the players. The first category was combat NPCs. They were the pitiful little monsters that were killed repeatedly in the leveling area. These little monsters could be said to be combat machines that only knew how to kill. They wouldn't have any kind of intelligence like communication between humans or not. Apart from this category, there were quest NPCs. Generally, these were the NPCs that were bragged about by online game companies as intelligent NPCs. They would recognize the player's voice, expression, behavior, and so on, and communicate with the player like a human. But even for them, the content that they could communicate with was something that had been predetermined beforehand. For example, if you randomly met an NPC on the street and asked, "What's your mother's surname?" If the NPC triggered a quest that was related to his mother, he might really answer you. But if it was a lonely NPC with no family background, the NPC would just pretend that you didn't exist if you asked such a question. So, even though they were called intelligent, they were still machines that had been programmed. That was why brother Yu couldn't be sure if these werewolf villagers were only acquainted with Gu Fei in the quest environment. You can't say for sure either. Gu Fei said regretfully. If brother Yu couldn't answer, then there was naturally no one who could be more authoritative. Just as he was thinking, a system notification rang out. This was just a notification for friends to go online and go offline. Normally, he wouldn't pay too much attention to it. Now that he was bored while walking, Gu Fei casually opened his friends list and looked at it. He was immediately overjoyed. Comrade Lei Feng, you really come when I need you. Gu Fei hurriedly sent a message to the person who had just come online. Hi. What is it? The other party's reply seemed to be full of caution. Long time no see. Gu Fei said. What do you want again? The other party's vigilance didn't lessen. I'm asking you. Gu Fei went straight to the point. I met a group of NPCs in a certain quest. So if this group of NPCs were in another quest, would they still recognize me? Of course. Our quest NPCs completely simulate the interaction between people. They exist in the game like a living person. The quest events that happened around them, as long as they have happened before, are like a memory. How could such a ridiculous thing happen if they were to lose their memories after changing a quest? Is that so? Then what about the quest NPCs I killed in the quest? They will still come back to life. Do they recognize me or not? Gu Fei arrived at Adrian's nocturnal village. When he was leaving the village, he passed by the church and Adrian's big house. He saw Adrian busy at the door. Of course they don't recognize you. Although he looks like he has the same name as the previous NPC and carries the same mission, in reality, he's already a different person. It's like the same job. The original person passed away and a new person came in to do the same job. Oh. I see. Alright, got it. Gu Fei said. What do you want to know? I just asked. Now I know. Thanks. Gu Fei closed the message window. Is this question very complicated? Do you still need to ask me? Heng Chen Yixiao muttered to himself. Did I accidentally sell him some important information again? Heng Chen Yixiao was indeed overthinking this time. This time, he didn't give Gu Fei much guidance. He only strengthened Gu Fei's confidence. He also guessed that this was the case in the game. Brother Yu was the same. It was just that he didn't have first-hand information as evidence, so he didn't dare to believe it. Now that he had the confirmation from the designer, what else was there to doubt? Gu Fei could conclude that this group of werewolf villagers knew him. Moreover, they definitely wouldn't have any hostility towards him. He was their great benefactor. Thinking of this, Gu Fei straightened his back and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Weha, where are you? Come out quickly. You're crazy." Brother Yu was shocked. "Don't worry." Gu Fei patted Brother Yu. Just as he finished shouting, a figure appeared from behind an old tree in the distance. The wolf's ears really lived up to its name. Chapter 299. The wolf's ears were really sharp. It could hear Gu Fei's shout from hundreds of meters away. The wolf's voice was also very loud. The tall werewolf came out from behind the tree and howled. Countless silhouettes flashed across the horizon. They stood in their wolf forms and rushed towards Gu Fei and Brother Yu at lightning speed. Brother Yu's face had long since turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, Hey, are you okay?" Gu Fei was a bit shocked when he saw this aura. There was no doubt about Heng Chen Yixiao's intelligence. The werewolves in Luminous Village definitely knew him. However, the problem was that there was no relationship between knowing him and attacking him. He and Silvermoon could be considered to know each other, but Gu Fei wouldn't hesitate to kill Silvermoon. Although he was indebted to the werewolves, it was hard to say whether or not the werewolves were humane. Thinking about this, Gu Fei wanted to retreat. Brother Yu's face became even uglier. "Hey, you're not thinking of running away, are you?" With the current distance, Gu Fei might be able to escape if he ran and teleported, but Brother Yu would definitely die. Gu Fei thought that he couldn't be so disloyal, so he continued to be calm. "Of course, if we're going to die, of course we'll die together." Brother Yu didn't think that Gu Fei would be so calm. In the end, the only thing he could say was death. He was instantly disheartened. The speed of the werewolves' advance was incomparable to any current player team. In the blink of an eye, they had already surrounded the two. Gu Fei watched the tall werewolf approach from afar. However, Gu Fei didn't know if it was the werewolf leader Weeha. The one that Gu Fei knew was Weeha in human form. Now that he had become a werewolf, he looked like a pack of wolves in the eyes of normal people. They all looked the same. The tall werewolf walked towards Gu Fei step by step. Gu Fei nervously held the sword in his hand, but he watched as the werewolf's body shrank and deformed as he walked. By the time it reached Gu Fei, it had transformed into a human form, but it was still taller than Gu Fei. It was indeed the leader of the werewolves. Gu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. If the werewolves were hostile, there was no need for them to return to their human forms. Although he was just an NPC, this kind of deduction was still useful. As expected, there was no hostility in Prestige's eyes when he looked at Gu Fei. Instead, he greeted him in a very friendly manner, "Warrior." "What are you doing here?" Gu Fei asked. This might seem like a simple greeting between friends, but it was an important command when communicating with an NPC. According to the incomplete statistics of the players, there were two commonly used phrases when communicating with NPCs and triggering quests. The first one was, "What are you doing?" and the second one was usually followed by, "What do you need me to do?" Usually, after hearing the first sentence, the NPC would start to ramble on about the introduction of the quest. This time was no exception. After hearing Gu Fei's question, the group of werewolves around him revealed their true colors one by one. They wiped away their tears, and Prestige began to narrate sadly. The goal of the werewolves was to intercept the Unhindered World quest, but the cause was because they were threatened. This group of werewolves hoped to live a simple life like humans, but this was their fatal weakness. This time, someone had obtained this information, so they secretly threatened the werewolves to stop the escort team, or else they would reveal their identities to the public. Although these werewolves were not as cruel as normal werewolves, their natural identity as werewolves gave them the same fighting ability as werewolves. When they exploded, their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, they had such a major weakness, and they had too much potential to be used. Gu Fei sighed, and then threw out the second phrase of triggering the quest. What can I do for you? Prestige looked dumbfounded. If we know this person's identity, everything will be easy to solve. The person Prestige was talking about was, of course, the one who had threatened them. Gu Fei was puzzled. You didn't see him. We only received this letter. Prestige handed Gu Fei a note. Gu Fei took it. On it was written, "Take care of Todd, or else you and your people will be in trouble." Afraid that it wasn't clear enough, there was also a small picture attached, depicting a group of humans hunting a wolf. The surrounding werewolves could see the small picture on the letter in Gu Fei's hand, and a look of fear appeared on their faces. Gu Fei, on the other hand, had no interest in the artwork. He asked doubtfully, Todd? Brother, you reminded him hurriedly. The person Unhindered World took out from prison. Silencing him. Gu Fei sighed. Outsiders didn't know about Todd's plot, but the child elite group had Yutian Shinming, a member of Unhindered World. When Todd was taken out from prison, all the members of Unhindered World had received the relevant plot and notification. Yutian Shinming had already broadcasted it to them in the mercenary channel, and all 5 of them knew that Todd was a corrupt person. Gu Fei waved the note and said to Prestige, "You don't have to worry about this, I'll think of a way to help you solve it." Prestige was overjoyed. That's great. Last time, he still didn't trust Gu Fei, but it was clear that the matter had been solved, and they had strong confidence in Gu Fei. Gu Fei suddenly remembered that the night streamer had been given to him by the werewolf after the last mission. If he dealt with the matter this time, would he receive a similar reward? Probably not. Brother, you gave a simple analysis. It's not the same mission. Even if it's the same NPC, the reward won't be the same. Oh. Speaking of which, there's nothing in the mission list. Gu Fei said. Hidden mission. Brother, you said. Hidden mission. If the mission isn't announced, then we don't even know if it's triggered or not. Gu Fei said. That's why it's a hidden mission. Brother, you said. Hey, are you serious? While the two were talking, they had already comforted the werewolves and let them rest. However, the werewolves also told Gu Fei that they would keep an eye on Todd's movements. If he left their range of control, they would immediately take action. This meant that Gu Fei and Brother Yu's plan of tricking the werewolves into not taking action and swaggering away wouldn't work. Looks like the system isn't that stupid. Brother Yu laughed. Gu Fei nodded. But speaking of which, this is more like a mission. It's just that fighting and killing all the way down is too monotonous. It's not like the so-called multitasking style of the parallel world. Brother Yu sighed. Yeah. I doubt it. There might be other ways to solve the broken road in the middle of Black Dragon Mountain Range. For example, we could find an NPC in Cloud City to help us build a bridge. It's just that this group quest isn't like normal solo quests where there are hints for every step, so everyone ignored it. Brother Yu said. Then how do we solve this? Gu Fei waved the small piece of paper at Brother Yu. Let's talk about it when we get back. Brother Yu said. The two talked as they returned to the encampment of the main army. Nearly 1,000 players were scattered all over the ground. Unsworn Sword and a few core members of Reigning the Seas who were concerned about their quest had been stretching their necks out in anticipation. When they saw the figures of Gu Fei and Brother Yu returning, they were already standing on the road waiting for them. Gu Fei showed the piece of paper to Unsworn Sword and told him the whole story. This was the quality a mercenary should have. When someone was hired to do something, of course they had to report the situation to their employer. This wasn't a problem of attitude in the game, but a problem of character. Gu Fei was quite kind in this aspect. Oh, I see. Unsworn Sword held the small piece of paper and looked at it again and again, He said to Gu Fei, "Brother Qianli, you've worked hard. Take a rest first, let's discuss what we should do." Oh. Gu Fei didn't say anything and silently left. As a result, Unsworn Sword, Reflection of Years, and Windwalk, the two core members, found a corner and began a heated debate. Let's not talk about how to solve this matter first. Whether or not Gu Fei's information was trustworthy became the focus of the debate. Gu Fei was indeed a kind and well-behaved mercenary, but even though he was kind, it was inevitable that others would measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. For example, Reflection Years had a huge prejudice against Gu Fei. He felt that there must be something fishy going on. "Just this piece of paper. If you need, I'll draw 100 for you," Reflection Years said. "This handwriting doesn't look like it's his," Windwalking said. "How do you know?" The other two raised their heads. "Ugh, this, that, ah." Windwalking stammered. Reflection Years didn't have the patience to ask about this and immediately said, "Let's not talk about anything else." He said he knew these werewolves, so the werewolves didn't make things difficult for him and asked him about the key point. "Think about it. This is Moonlit City's territory, and we're players from Cloud City. Theoretically, no one should know the werewolves here. Why would the system give us a quest and place the key to solving this quest on knowing the werewolves? If no one knows these werewolves, or if we don't have this Qianli drunk with us, how can we complete this quest? How can this be?" Makes sense. Unsworn Sword nodded. "Then why did he make this up?" Windwalking held the small piece of paper and looked at it repeatedly. "I don't know. Who knows what this guy is trying to do," Reflection Years said. "Trap. What trap? Against us? It can't be, right? Do we have a grudge against him?" Unsworn Sword was surprised. Even though they had plans to deal with Qianli Drunk and his mercenary group, it was just a plan. They didn't take any action. No one from the Gongzi elite group should have any hatred towards reigning the world. "Anyway, I don't think we can trust him easily," Reflection Years said. "Then what do we do? Didn't he say the werewolves are just ahead?" "Let's go get a few of our brothers to contact the werewolves," Reflection Years said. Chapter 300. As the core of reigning the Four Seas, of course, he was more concerned about this mission than anyone else. After the discussion, the Reflection of Years immediately picked a few members with excellent speed and rushed forward with him. The few of them were indeed people with outstanding speed. They left quickly and returned quickly as well. However, there were 4 of them when they left, but only 2 came back. The Reflection of Years' face turned pale. Sword Without Oath hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" "I saw the werewolves," the Reflection of Years said. "But they said they only trust Qianli Drunk." Unsworn Sword was dumbfounded. "There's really such a thing? How is that possible? If we didn't invite him for this mission, we wouldn't have completed it." The Reflection of Years did not say anything. This doubt was the reason why he strongly refuted Gu Fei's words just now. "Where are Little C and Little Ha?" Sword Without Oath asked. 4 had gone, and the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. "They died," the Reflection of Years said. "What happened?" Sword Without Oath was shocked. "The werewolves attacked them as soon as they met. They were killed on the spot. Fortunately, I shouted in time that we came to help them, and the werewolves let us go." The Reflection of Years still had a lingering fear in his heart. The player who escaped with him also had a dull look in his eyes, and his body was trembling slightly. It seemed that the werewolves had really shocked them. "I'm thinking," Time's Reflection finally spoke. "It's still impossible for someone who isn't from our guild to become the key to our quest. Qianli Drunk was just a coincidence. It just so happened that he had experienced a mission related to these werewolves. We must have a way to win the werewolves' trust. We just need to find it. It seems that we don't need to do that." We just need to do what Qianli Drunk said before, find the guy who threatened the werewolves and kill him. Not only will we win the werewolves' trust, but the current crisis will also be resolved, Feng Xing said. I'm just afraid that this mission was triggered by Qianli Drunk. If we do this, won't we be missing some clues? The reflection of years said. Or, he will deliberately hide some important clues and use it to blackmail us again. It's highly possible. Unsworn Sword waved his fist. He recalled the bewitching smile of the leader of the child elite group. Ever since they had invited the child elite group, they had been ruthlessly extorted. Werewolves only trust Qianli Drunkard. You can't say this even if you're beaten to death, Unsworn Sword hurriedly warned. If the Han family young master were to hear about this, he would definitely smash his head until it bled. So what should we do now? Asked Feng Xing. Everyone was at a loss. Even though they had decided to help the werewolves ferret out the mastermind, it was still quite a headache to know where to start. Seems like it'll be a little difficult to get on the road today, Time's reflection sighed. In a situation where they had no clues, they could only use the most primitive method, repeatedly talking to the NPC until the NPC ran out of new words. In the end, this was what Reigning the Four Seas did. All of the guild members rushed back to Luminous Village, forming groups of 3 to 5, and gathered around a villager to talk to them. The mercenary group players did not want to wait in the same place. Some of the kind-hearted went to help, while the bored ones ran around to see if there were any monsters to fight. In an instant, the surroundings of Luminous Village were filled with the figures of Cloud City players. Meanwhile, the 3 core members of Unsworn Sword had returned to Moonlit Night City and arrived at the mercenary building. They believed that since Qianli Drunkard had come into contact with the werewolves in Luminous Village, then the players in Moonlit Night City must have come into contact with even more. Rather than letting Qianli Drunkard become the only one and giving the Han family young master the opportunity to blackmail him, it was better to find a temporary mercenary group from Moonlit Night City. Unfortunately, the quest that Gu Fei completed was a high-level chain quest. The main NPC in the quest was a level 70 werewolf. It was clear that this quest was not something that could be triggered by current players. Even if it was triggered, they would not be able to complete it. The fact that half of the villagers in Luminous Village were werewolves was not known to the players in Moonlit Night City. Unsworn Sword and the others sent out a mercenary recruitment notice, but no one answered. The players who asked around in Luminous Village did not find anything either. The villagers' description of the werewolves was actually the plot of the quest that Gu Fei had completed. A villager was killed by a werewolf, and a passing warrior found out the truth and helped the villager walk out of the shadow of the werewolves. Although the players directly said that half of the villagers were werewolves, it did not cause any ripples among the villagers. After all, this was a game, and there were hard system settings. If these words were said by Gu Fei, who had done related quests before, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. However, these were normal players. Just because they had heard Gu Fei's description, these NPCs would only think that they were talking nonsense. In other words, when Gu Fei said that half of the villagers were werewolves, this might be an order that could trigger some plot changes. To other players, this was nonsense. The 5 people from the child elite group did not participate in this activity. At this time, they were sitting in a small hotel in Luminous Village, watching everything with cold eyes. Brother, you returned to the hotel after going out for a long time. He looked at the 5 people and shook his head. This method doesn't seem to be able to find out anything. Or maybe there's no other way. This quest was triggered by Qianli. Maybe Qianli will have to ask the NPCs to provide any information. Sword Demon said. Should I try? Gu Fei said. You can go, but if you really get any clues, don't be in a hurry to deal with it. Han family young master said. That's too bad. Gu Fei shook his head and left. He obviously understood Han family young master's thoughts. If this quest could only be solved by Gu Fei, then Unsworn Sword would have to spend a lot of money again. After leaving the hotel, Gu Fei went straight to the Luminous Village chief's house. With his understanding of the village, the villagers would say, "Ask the village chief," so if there was anything important to know, the village chief would be the first choice. Unfortunately, Gu Fei wasn't the only one who received this kind of notification. The players who had wandered around the village for so long had all heard from the ordinary villagers that the village chief knows more. At this moment, the village chief's house had 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. The players were so packed that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It was as if they were having a meet and greet with their idol, the village chief. Was this necessary? Gu Fei was dumbfounded. Everyone just had to choose one person to go up and talk to the village chief. What was there to fight over? This was Gu Fei's fault for being too unmotivated. Just like their young noble elite group, all guilds and mercenary groups would use a point system when it came to distributing equipment, money, or any other benefits. For example, in a group mission like this, it was an important opportunity to earn points. No one wanted to miss this opportunity, which was why there was such competition. Gu Fei was blocked outside the crowd, but that wasn't all. Suddenly, 2 players from Reigning the World noticed Gu Fei standing outside the crowd and took the initiative to greet him. "My apologies, Brother Qianli. Our guild leader has said that you've worked hard enough for this quest, so there's no need for you to worry about it." Gu Fei didn't say anything. With an "oh," he retreated. In his heart, he snickered. The Han clan's young master had long seen through his intention to extort money from him, and didn't even let him participate. Of course, Reigning the World's words couldn't restrict Gu Fei's actions, but the meaning behind it was, "I didn't invite you this time, so help me if you want, and I won't pay you." Gu Fei didn't really care about money, he just couldn't stay idle. But seeing how busy the village chief's house was, Gu Fei didn't know when it would be his turn, so he turned around and left. When he returned to the hotel, the 5 people were surprised. "So fast. What did you find out?" "Nothing," said Gu Fei. Reigning the World said he didn't need me to interfere. Everyone looked at the Han family young master. "How many people have you extorted? They're all guarding against you like thieves. They'd rather work themselves than give up such a convenient opportunity." The Han family young master also muttered, "It's not a lot, but it does seem a bit too frequent. But you can't blame me. It's because we're too outstanding." The Han family young master's narcissism finally brought everyone along, so he didn't attract any disgust. Everyone nodded. Yes, we're too outstanding." Sort of no oath, "The more he doesn't want us to extort him, the more I want to extort him." The Han family young master rubbed his hands. Extort him, extort him." Yutian Shinming didn't hesitate to betray his guild leader when he saw that there was a profit to be made. "Qianli, who do you think is behind this?" asked the Han family young master. "How would I know?" said Gu Fei. "Who was the final boss of your last mission?" asked the Han family young master. "Adrian." Gu Fei paused after saying that. "Could it be this guy again? What's the situation?" everyone asked. "I specifically asked around today. The previous Adrian was killed by me during my mission. So this guy, although he's also called Adrian and has the same identity in the village, he's actually a new NPC." But Gu Fei recalled Heng Qiao's words. The new NPC has the same mission and is doing the same job as the previous NPC. "What do you mean?" The others didn't understand. The previous Adrian was a bad character, so the new Adrian wouldn't abandon his evil ways and become a good one. He's probably still doing the job of using the werewolves. Analyzed the Han family young master. Gu Fei nodded. "I think so too. Let's go find him." Yutian Shinming was excited. The 6 of them stood up. "Brother, you moved to Gu Fei's side. Where did you hear about this?" "It's not convenient to say," said Gu Fei as he glanced at Heng Qiao in his friends list. "Brother, if this mission really falls on Adrian again, then you've helped me a lot. Butterfly Knot, it's already 300 chapters. It's already 300 chapters by accident. Close combat is actually so long. Chapter 301. Gu Fei led the 5 of them to the vicinity of Adrian's house. As they approached, they saw a familiar and busy figure in the backyard of the house. Little Rain. Gu Fei yelled. June Rain turned around and saw Gu Fei's group. She waved at them and said, "I'm here." The few of them gathered around the girl and surrounded her. "What are you doing?" they asked. Gu Fei saw the cellar lid by June Rain's feet and laughed. "You haven't given up yet?" June Rain stepped on the lid and said, "That's weird. It's not locked. Why can't I open it?" The group of 5 squatted down to study it. Gu Fei laughed and said, "It's a game. If the system says it can't be opened, then of course it can't be opened. Does it need a reason?" He wondered why their IQ had dropped to Little Rain's level. Brother Yu turned around and looked at Gu Fei seriously. "No, the parallel world game is very detailed. If it's a door that can't be opened, there must be a reason." The group of 5 continued to study it. "Maybe it's because it's heavy," Yutian Shinming said after pulling the lid. "Let me try." Unscathed in battle walked up. June Rain looked at him expectantly. Gu Fei was speechless. June Rain was an all-out warrior. Unscathed in battle was an experienced warrior. Of course, he wouldn't use such an extreme method. Even though he was big and burly, he was no match for June Rain in arm wrestling. If June Rain couldn't open the door, what use was he? As expected, Unscathed in battle held his breath for a long time and concluded, "It's either too heavy or I can't open it." Pfft! Gu Fei snorted. Brother Yu carefully checked the gap between the cellar lid and the floor, but he did not find anything. In the end, he mumbled, "Is there some kind of magic that can't be opened with mortal power, so special spells or items are needed? This Adrian is indeed not an ordinary person." Everyone's body trembled as they looked at Adrian's mansion with bright eyes. "Adrian isn't home right now," June Rain interrupted. "Oh," said Gu Fei. "No wonder you've come to the backyard to look through it." "Hee hee, long time no see," June Rain said with a smile. "Chance." Yutian Shinming slapped his leg and said, "Adrian isn't home. Let's go in and search. Maybe the item or scroll is at home." "Yeah." Unscathed in battle was about to go. "I say." Gu Fei spoke up. "We're here to look for Adrian. We're not here to open this cellar, are we? We're here to find Adrian. Don't tell me we're here to open the cellar lid." Then, with a serious face, he asked June Rain, "Ahem, do you know where Adrian has gone?" June Rain shook her head. But Yutian Shinming's words had enlightened her. She really wanted to open the cellar lid. Thinking of June Rain, she wanted to break in and search for something. At this time, Han family young master finally said, "I know where Adrian is." "How do you know? Where is he?" Everyone looked at him. Han family young master stepped on the cellar lid. "What do you mean?" Just as he finished speaking, the lid of the cellar suddenly opened with a squeak. The few of them quickly retreated in shock. Then, they saw a person holding a candle in one hand and supporting himself on the ground with the other, crawling out of the cellar. Han family young master looked at the experts in front of him. "The door can't be opened, and there's no lock. The biggest possibility is that he's been killed from the inside." All the experts lowered their heads in shame, especially Brother Yu. Just now, he was talking about magic locking the door. It seemed that sometimes, knowing too much wasn't a good thing. "Ahem. Is that Adrian?" Brother Yu asked Gu Fei as he pointed at the person who had crawled out. "Yeah, he looks the same." When Adrian crawled out of the cellar to find himself surrounded by a group of people, he reacted as an NPC would, yelling at them with a sharp voice, "Who are you people? What are you doing in my house?" No one paid attention to him. He was just a broken robot. Who would care about his attitude? Only a fantasy quest maniac like June Rain would care. Unfortunately, June Rain wasn't here. She had just smashed Adrian's door and rushed in to rummage through the chests and cabinets. To be honest, this was the standard gameplay of RPG games. What do we do? Do we take him down now? Brother, you said. No way. Just take him down and tell the werewolves that he's been taken care of. Is that okay? Gu Fei said. I don't think so. We should at least show some evidence, right? Sword Demon said. How do we prove that this person is the mastermind behind the werewolves? Everyone looked up and down at Adrian. Adrian was still shouting. Who are you people? Why did you come here? He was ignored by the six. What nonsense are you talking about? If we can't find a way to expose this person's identity, can we do anything to him? Han family young master said. Yeah. Normal NPCs are protected by PK. Only when the conditions of the quest are met will the PK protection be removed. Brother, you said. The six surrounded Adrian and looked like they were thinking. At this moment, June Rain crawled out of the house. She was crestfallen. I didn't find anything that looked like a cellar. The few of them looked at each other for a moment, then suddenly rushed towards Adrian's mansion. Adrian yelled from behind, What are you doing? You bunch of bandits. The bandits searched Adrian's house again in front of the person in question. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything that could reveal Adrian's identity. The people who came out of the house were all crestfallen like June Rain. You bunch of bandits. Adrian pointed at them angrily. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you. Adrian stumbled as he ran away. Won't it be a little troublesome? Brother Yu was the first to get nervous. Will they call the NPC guards? Yu Tian Shinming was the second. Who fought with the NPC guards before? Unscathed in battle asked. Everyone's eyes turned to Gu Fei. He was a PK maniac. If his PK value went over 20, he would be chased by the guards. Gu Fei shook his head. I was chased, but I didn't dare fight. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If even Gu Fei didn't dare fight, then he must be very strong. Is he strong? Yu Tian Shinming asked with a trembling voice. I don't know, but there will be a lot of people. Gu Fei said. They looked at each other. It was quiet. Suddenly, there was the sound of books being flipped. The few of them turned around and saw that young Master Han had just come out of the mansion. He was holding a tattered book in his hands and flipping through it non-stop. What is it? They surrounded him. Account book. Han family young master said. What did you find? They asked. Nothing, but there's Adrian's handwriting here. Han family young master said to them. They quickly reacted and looked at Gu Fei. What about the note? It was given to Sword of No Oath. Gu Fei was troubled. He really was a qualified mercenary. But do you guys know how to identify handwriting? Gu Fei asked. It's useless. The player's own talent shouldn't be enough to affect the game's plot. If this is a clue, then it must be handled by a skill in the game. For example, appraisal. Brother, you said. Appraisal? Does appraisal have the ability to identify handwriting? They were confused. I'm just giving an example. Brother, you said. Players might not be able to appraise it, but NPC appraisers might not be able to do so, young Master Han said. That makes sense. But the problem is that the note isn't in our hands right now, ask Sword of No Oath. If we help him complete the quest, would he not give it to us? Unscathed in battle said. Hee hee. The Han clan's young master suddenly laughed. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. They avoided his smile. What did you think of? I thought of a way to get Sword of No Oath to give us the note. Han family young master said. Needless to say, it must be very cruel. The five shook their heads. Han family young master didn't say anything else. He just sent a message to Reflection of Years. We found a big clue. Damn. Reflection of Years treated this news as bad news. He said to Sword of No Oath with a sad face, Child Elite Group really got it first. Don't worry. Sword of No Oath was quite calm. This is our quest. We have the initiative. Even if he found a clue, I might not accept it. The quest has only just begun. Keep calm and negotiate with him. Thus, Reflected Years waited for a moment before calmly replying, Oh? What clue? We need that piece of paper. The Han family young master said. What do you want me to do? Time's Reflection replied slowly. In fact, as an honest mercenary, he should be honest with his employer about his findings. Unfortunately, morals were deteriorating day by day. Not only did mercenaries not do this, even the employers did not ask the mercenaries to do so. What should have been a pure transaction was full of deception and deception. Han family young master, who often took the opportunity to extort money, now showed the qualities of an honest mercenary. He told Reflection of Years that Adrian was a major suspect and that he might be able to expose his despicable plot by bringing the note over. Reflection of Years and the others were skeptical, but it didn't cost anything to try. So they quickly took the note and rushed to Adrian's mansion in Luminous Village. But Adrian isn't here right now. Hearing Han family young master's plan, the others were confused. That's exactly what we want. Han family young master laughed. Chapter 302. The 6 members of Child Elite Group pulled Little Rain along with them and hid in a dilapidated church courtyard, peeking at Adrian's house from the top of the wall. It didn't take long before players from Unhindered rushed over from all directions and surrounded the mansion. In the end, the 3 core members, Unsworn Sword, Reflection of Years, and Wind Walking, arrived and directed the guild players to set up another formation. The innocent June Rain was very confused. Adrian isn't here right now, what are they going to do? It was too difficult for June Rain to understand the thoughts of the Han family young master, so the 6 of them remained silent. Only Brother Yu was slightly anxious. It's been so long, is Adrian coming back soon? Yeah, I heard he went to call the guards. What do you think he'll think if he comes back with the NPC guards and sees so many people surrounding his house? Han family young master said. This. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Isn't this a bit too much? No, it's very interesting. Han family young master held onto the wall with one arm and took out a bottle of wine with the other, as if he was going to enjoy the pitiful experience of reigning 4 seas. Now that crisscrossing had surrounded Unsworn Swordsman took a deep breath and held the slip of paper in his hand. He knocked on the door 3 times, and with lightning speed, he darted back to the formation. His movements were so agile that it made people wonder if he was even a warrior. Of course, no one answered in the empty house. After a long time of intense concentration, they began to look at each other. Unsworn Sword walked up again and knocked on the door. This time, he didn't rush to escape, but instead listened to the movements in the house. Reflection of Years and Wind Walking also followed. The 3 of them neatly leaned on the door and pressed their ears against it. Then, the 3 of them shook their heads. Let's go in and take a look. The 3 of them exchanged glances and entered the house. TSK TSK TSK. The 6 peeping players all sighed in unison. What are they doing? Are they here to steal the gold? It was June Rain's turn to be nervous. No, they're here to find someone. Gu Fei comforted her. The June Rain relaxed at once. Pure people were easy to get rid of. Sworn Swords group of 3 entered Adrian's house and walked around. Naturally, they did not discover anything. They only felt that the house was a little messy, but they could not figure out what was going on. Thus, they came out in a daze. Just as the 6 of them were snickering, they heard a hoarse voice coming from the periphery of the encirclement. Who are you people? When the 6 of them heard this sound, they subconsciously shrank their necks. Adrian had finally returned. Gu Fei sighed at the rain in June. Did you notice? Nothing about this resurrected Adrian has changed, but his voice is different. Resurrect? June Rain was confused. I'm fine. Gu Fei forced himself to calm down. A few of them craned their necks to continue peeping. Although she had thought that the Han family young master had gone overboard by setting up a trap for Reigning 4 to fight Adrian's men, she was disappointed when she saw that Adrian was still alone. Brother, you put away his notebook. I thought I'd have a chance to understand the strength of the NPC soldiers. Before Oathless Sword could give the order, Reigning the 4 Seas players had already surrounded Adrian. Unsworn Sword walked out from the crowd, waving the small piece of paper in his hand at Adrian. Adrian, we already know what you've done. Why don't you surrender? All the players were nervous, including the 6 from Child Elite group behind the wall. Sworn Sword was undoubtedly showing off his item to the NPC. Whether or not they could trigger the next part of the quest depended on this. Adrian ignored the note in Sworn Sword's hand and continued to point at the people around him. You bandits, what are you trying to do? Sworn Sword took 2 steps forward and held the note in front of Adrian's eyes. Look, it's this note. He had used all his tools, but Adrian still turned a deaf ear to him. Reigning 4 Seas was disappointed. It seemed that the item was ineffective. The Child Elite group, on the other hand, was relieved. If Reigning 4 Seas had exposed Adrian so easily, then all their efforts would have been in vain. Adrian was still surrounded. The 3 core members of Reigning 4 Seas began to discuss nervously again. Reflected Years called out to the Han family young master. I've used the note. It's useless. Really? That shouldn't be the case. Han family young master put on an act. Are you sure it's this guy? Reflected Years asked. Of course. Han family young master replied. The 3 continued to discuss nervously. Do you have any proof? Reflected Years asked. Isn't the note proof? Han family young master said. But he didn't admit it. Reflected Years said. Think of a way to force him to admit it. Han family young master suggested. Reflected Years slapped himself on the head. He immediately thought of a way to verify the handwriting. Together with Unsworn Sword and Wind Star, they entered Adrian's house and ransacked it. Bandits! You bunch of bandits! You won't have a good ending. Adrian continued to play his role. He was flustered and exasperated. Han family young master reached into his pocket and touched Adrian's account book. He was contentedly waiting for the good news from Reflected Years and the others. There shouldn't be any other handwriting in the house, right? Brother Yu was worried. No. Han family young master replied with certainty. That's terrible. The others sighed. This was basically forcing Reigning 4 Seas to compromise with them. The 3 searched Adrian's house again, but of course, they didn't find anything. Left with no other choice, the 3 of them grabbed a pen and paper, and fiercely demanded that Adrian copy the note again on the spot. Such a trashy and direct method was simply bullying the NPC's inflexible intelligence. Unfortunately, Adrian had a heavy responsibility and seemed to be slightly smarter than the average NPC. He completely ignored the players' demands. Unsworn Sword and the others wanted to beat him up, but the rules of PK protection couldn't be broken. At this critical moment, Han family young master coldly asked, how is it going? Still thinking of a way. Reflected Years replied. Maybe we should let our group's Qianli get drunk. After all, he was the one who accepted the quest. Han family young master said. His words were filled with game knowledge. Unsworn Sword's note was ineffective against Adrian. Perhaps it would work if Qianli got drunk. After all, he was the one who brought the quest and the note back. Moreover, Unsworn Sword and the others also knew something that even Gu Fei didn't know. The werewolf said that it only trusted him. Does this quest really have to rely on that guy? Unsworn Sword and the others were naturally depressed. Why don't we let him try first? Feng Star said. Have you found any way to win the werewolf's trust? Reflected Years asked the others. All the guild members shook their heads. Let him try. Reflected Years clenched his teeth, then called Han Family Young Master and asked him to call Gu Fei over quickly. Maybe it really is Qianli. Just take the slip of paper and show it to Adrian and the quest will be over. Imperial Sky Shinming said. That shouldn't be the case. Brother Yu shook his head. This shouldn't happen in a quest in a parallel world. Qianli's identity is only special to the werewolf. For Adrian, it's no different from anyone else. So, Adrian shouldn't have any special attitude towards this. That makes sense. Let me ask around. Gu Fei was about to ask Heng Chen Yixiao, but when he opened his friend list, he found that Heng Chen Yixiao had gone offline. I didn't get anything. Let's continue, Gu Fei said. Brother Yu was curious about this guy who seemed to have more authority than him in the field of intelligence, but Gu Fei had already made it clear that he couldn't say anything. Actually, I don't know if identifying the handwriting will solve the problem. Unscathed in Battle said. Are you doubting my deduction? Han Family Young Master squinted at him. Doubt everything, doubt everything. That's the spirit of denial, haha. Unscathed in Battle hurriedly laughed. What nonsense. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Alright, I'll go first. Gu Fei stood up. Slow down. If you go so fast, it'll make it seem like we're spying on them nearby, Yutian Shinming said. Gu Fei looked at him speechlessly. We're hiding here to spy on them. That's why you have to hide. How can you call it spying if you're exposed? The others nodded. Let's go later. June Rain's eyes were filled with confusion. She couldn't quite understand what these people were talking about. They purposely waited for a long time. Han Family Young Master was even urged by Reflected Years. Just as he was about to send Gu Fei on his way, the sound of chaotic footsteps came from outside. They immediately stretched their necks to look outside, and were immediately stunned. Dozens of people dressed in moonlit night city guard uniforms had arrived at this time. The players of Unhindered didn't know why this group of people had come. It was rare to see such a large group of NPCs moving together. A group of people pointed and looked curiously. Some even tried to talk to the NPCs. Brother Yu had already prepared his little notebook. Han Family Young Master also nodded. I knew it. How could my judgment be wrong? Adrian. The NPC outside shouted. The players of Unhindered were stunned. Adrian shouted from within the crowd, Sir, I'm here. Quickly get rid of these bandits. Bandits? The players of Unhindered were still confused, but the NPC soldiers had already drawn their swords. The leader raised his long sword high and shouted, Charge, get ready. In an instant, a crimson light spread from his body, and a ring of light appeared beneath the feet of his companions. Holy shit, a battle formation skill. The peeping players were the first to get excited. Chapter 303. The NPCs used a battle formation skill that the players had never seen before. Under the command of the leading knight, the guards instantly lined up and began to charge. The players from Reigning the World were the most pitiful. They didn't expect the NPCs to attack them. Amidst the shouts of, What are bandits? Who are bandits? The guards were the first to charge at them, causing them to be thrown off their feet. Fuck, the players shouted. Unfortunately, they were facing a group of robots. They continued to stare blankly, while the NPCs continued to charge. The guards' bodies glowed with white light. One moment they were in the shape of a man, the next moment they were in the shape of a line. They charged left and right into the crowd of players. Quite a few players were sent flying into the air. The scene was chaotic and beautiful. TSK Tisk. The players from the child elite group sighed. Brother Yu recorded quickly in his notebook as he muttered, "Too fierce. Too fierce. How tragic." Yutian Shinming closed his eyes, pretending to be compassionate. "Isn't this a bit too much?" The sword demon couldn't bear to watch. "There's no other way. Who can stop them now?" The Han family young master sighed. "No," Gu Fei said. Even he was filled with a sense of powerlessness in front of this group of valiant guards. Whether it was the formation when they charged or the movements when they attacked, all the details were meticulously uniform. This was where humans couldn't be compared to machines. How long would it take for humans to train to this level of perfect teamwork and teamwork? In Kung Fu terms, when faced with such an opponent, there were no openings. Even though one could create openings if there were no openings, that still required a corresponding level of strength. No one knew what level these NPC guards were. Any one of them had the strength of a boss. Now that they were in a group, even the level 40 Gu Fei couldn't do anything. No matter how skilled they were, this was still an online game, wasn't it? The difference in levels, skills, and equipment couldn't be completely made up for with skills. Of course, the players of Reigning the World wouldn't allow themselves to be slaughtered by their opponents. Reflection of Years, who was usually in charge of the team battle, was shouting himself hoarse. Messages were flooding the guild channel like they had been hit by a virus. The players from Reigning the Seas quickly formed a formation as they evaded their opponent's charge. Arrow formation, arrow formation. Time's reflection roared. He was the one who researched and trained the 4 C's arrow formation, and it was what he was most proud of. As expected of someone who can move unhindered through the 4 C's. He does have some skill. The experts all praised. Under the cover of the warriors and other classes, the crisscrossing 4 C's arrow formation was assembled, and the mages were ready to bombard. Shoot! Shoot! There was no time to wait. Seeing that the archers were almost ready, Reflected Years immediately gave the order. Arrows filled the sky and flew towards the vanguard of the guards. The first wave of shots caused the opponent to pause for a moment. Just as the players from Reigning the Seas saw a glimmer of hope, they heard the leader of the opposing team yell, "Protect the charge." Thus, the guards once again took out their shields in unison and placed them in front of their bodies. The second wave of arrows immediately dispersed like the wind. Charge! At the command, the guards held their shields in front of their bodies in their left hands and their swords in their right, ready to attack at any time. They continued to charge forward. Shameless! The players from Reigning the Seas cried and wiped away their tears. The formation that they had painstakingly formed was once again broken. From the class settings of the parallel world, those who could reach the shield coefficient and use a shield to defend themselves were all heavy warriors. This was the ultimate HP class in the parallel world, but their combat performance was mediocre. At this moment, these NPC guards wielded their swords and could also take out their shields to protect themselves. Both weapons met the coefficient requirement. What else could it be if not shameless? In theory, this was no different from a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. The members of the child elite group were naturally shocked. Brother Yu said as he recorded, "What classes do these guards have? Are they warriors or knights?" Everyone shook their heads. "I'll go and test it out," Brother Yu said. "There's no need." Yutian Shinming stopped him. "The guild channel is in an uproar. Countless people have appraised them, but they're all question marks. Their levels are quite high." Brother Yu exclaimed. Their gazes returned to the battlefield. The scattered Reigning the Seas finally found some clues. Some people pointed at the shields of the guards and said, "They're the guards of Moonlit Night City. They're the guards of Moonlit Night City." In the parallel world, people's teams were always divided by badges. Every major city had their own badges, which could be seen everywhere inside and outside the main city. The pattern on the shields of the guards was the emblem of Moonlit Night City. But even though they knew, they were still at a loss. Everyone didn't understand how they had offended the NPCs of Moonlit Night City and suffered such inhumane attacks. Even Raining's trump card, the arrow formation, was useless, and the other resistance was not even worth mentioning. Whether it was the carpet bombing of the mages, the sneak attack of the thieves, or the head-on collision of the warriors, everything that was hit by the guards could only be described with one word: fly. The players of Raining the Seas fell one after another. They ignored the commands of their bosses and fled in all directions. Even the 3 core members of Unsworn Sword were no longer in the mood to resist. They each chose a direction and retreated with the remaining players around them. The guards didn't chase after them. When Raining the Seas began to flee, they still maintained the situation where they were. A moment later, all the players of Raining the Seas who could run had fled. The rest were the heavily injured who were lying on the ground, groaning. "Did you notice?" Brother Yu said in shock. "These guards charged here and there, but not a single person died." "I noticed it a long time ago," said the Han family young master. "No matter when or where, there would always be a white light when someone died. But the white light just now was all from the guards." The players of Raining the Seas didn't contribute at all. After fighting for so long, they had only been knocked down, but never killed. Then, the leading knight ordered the guards, "Take them all back to the prison." "Yes, sir." The guards shouted. Then, they picked up all the players who had fallen to the ground. They didn't know what kind of godly system skill they used, but the players couldn't resist at all. They were escorted into a line by the guards. The leading knight bowed to Adrian, then led the guards away with the group of players. The child elite group's jaws dropped. Even the Han family young master didn't expect such an ending. What's the meaning of this? Where are they being taken? Everyone guessed as they ordered Yutian Shinming to quickly send a message in the guild channel. "There's no news." "The people who were taken away didn't send any messages," replied Yutian Shinming, who was paying attention to the guild channel. "This. Could it be that they're locked up like they were in prison?" Brother Yu said. "Are these people going to be sent back to prison?" "A few hours." As they discussed, they couldn't help but walk out of the church's ruined courtyard. They watched as the guards escorted the players away. This strange formation attracted many admiring gazes. Raining the Four Seas players didn't dare approach, afraid that they would be treated as bandits and captured by the guards. Other players wanted to ask about it, but were stopped by the guards. Those who didn't like the NPCs could only fly away. Making an enemy out of an NPC is a big mistake, Brother Yu sighed as he closed his notebook after he finished gathering information. Be careful in PvP next time. See how powerful the guards are. Unscathed in battle said to Gu Fei. There aren't usually this many guards in the city, said Gu Fei. Sooner or later, I'll get the guards to arrest you, a PvP maniac, said Yutian Shinming. He's a criminal. Just kill him on the spot, said Unscathed in battle. Lu Jing didn't know what to say, but the Han family young master interrupted. What are you talking about? Let's continue our business. What business? Everyone was enjoying a high-level fight that they wouldn't normally see, and forgot everything else in the excitement. I'll contact Reflection of Years, said the Han family young master. But there was no reply. Reflection of Years was still online, but he didn't say anything. That guy was caught too. Everyone suddenly understood. Don't tell me the note is in his hands. They looked at each other. What's the rush? Said the Han family young master, looking at Raining the Four Seas situation. We can't continue the quest today. Let's go back first. Yeah, it's about time to log off. Gu Fei looked at the time. They didn't do anything that night, just running back and forth. The 6 of them prepared to return to Moonlit Night City. June Rain, who had been traveling with them, excitedly ran back to study Adrian's cellar. On the way back to the city, the guards escorting the players from reigning the four seas appeared in front of them. As the six of them walked, they unexpectedly bumped into reigning the four seas. Unsworn Sword and Feng Xing led a group of guild members, looking at the escorting team in front of them with melancholy. They saw the 6 members of Child Elite Group, but they were still expressionless, not even smiling. Guild Leader Unsworn. The Han family young master took the initiative to wave his hand in greeting. Leader Han. Unsworn Sword waved back dispiritedly. What's going on? The Han family young master pointed at the team in front of them. I think I saw your people with an NPC. I sent a message to Reflection of Years, but he didn't reply. The Han family young master asked a question he already knew the answer to. In the eyes of Gu Fei and the others who knew the ins and outs of the group, he was asking for a beating. Chapter 304. Unsworn Sword spoke in a sorrowful tone as he told the story from start to finish. The 6 Child Elite Group players were in pain as they listened. Holding back their laughter was as painful as holding back their tears. Unsworn Sword sighed as he recounted the story. In the end, he asked in confusion, "What do you think is going on?" The 6 of them looked at each other. The Han family young master coughed and said, Could it be some sort of quest plot? We think so too. Let's follow them and see what they're up to. Unsworn Sword said. The outcome was not out of everyone's expectations. The large group of players were escorted back to the city by the guards and went straight to the dungeon. Just like that, they disappeared into the black hole of the dungeon entrance under everyone's gaze. Although all communication would be forcibly cut off in the dungeon, there was a setting for visitation. There was only one word for visitation: money. As long as you paid up, you could do anything with the prisoners inside other than bail them out. There was also no time limit. It was very popular among couples who couldn't be apart for even a moment. Unsworn Sword's subordinates locked Unsworn Sword in a cell. After the NPC guards left, he carefully walked over to the cell. He used the same amount of force as when he knocked on Adrian's door. 3 parts forward, 7 parts back. He was worried that the system god would immediately recognize that he was the boss of the criminals. In the end, what he was worried about did not happen. The dungeon guards did as they usually did. After paying a hefty visitation fee, Unsworn Sword went in to greet his brothers. The players in the dungeon were as clueless as Unsworn Sword. They knew a little more than Unsworn Sword. They only knew that they would be in jail for 4 hours. As for the reason, the system did not issue an official announcement. However, the word robber frequently appeared in the conversations between the NPCs, which made them feel wronged. In their eyes, they had only surrounded Adrian. Speaking of which, their actions did seem like robbers, but they had never heard of an NPC being arrested and thrown in jail by the guards. Since when did NPCs have such human rights? The players in the dungeon were furious. When Unsworn Sword entered, he was very depressed. When he came out, Unsworn Sword looked like he was about to sink into oblivion. Looking at the people from the Child Elite Group waiting for him outside the dungeon, he only reacted after a while and asked, "Is there anything else?" The Han family young master sighed. "Have you forgotten? Bring the note to Qianli and ask Adrian to try it out." Oh. Unsworn Sword was currently in a daze. Without much thought, he took out the note and gave it to Gu Fei. "How long will they be in prison?" Gu Fei took the note and asked. 4 hours. Unsworn Sword replied. "Then we can't continue the mission today, right?" Gu Fei asked. Unsworn Sword nodded and turned to the Han family young master. "Can you contact the other mercenary group leaders?" The Han family young master shook his head. Unsworn Sword looked like he was about to collapse. "Damn it, I still have to inform these people." Clearly, the person in charge of contacting these people was the Reflection of Years. Unsworn Sword, as the guild leader, didn't seem to care about these trivial matters. Then I'll continue this tomorrow. Gu Fei waved the note at Unsworn Sword. Of course. Unsworn Sword felt annoyed just looking at the note. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. After saying a few words to the others, he cursed and left with his other brothers. Should we try it out now? Gu Fei asked the other 5 for their opinion. Of course, how else can we sleep at night? Brother, you said. Do you sleep at night? Gu Fei was confused. Of course. The 5 scolded Gu Fei for not treating them as humans. After asking around, the 6 of them finally found the system appraiser of Moonlit City. It was a masked woman who looked like a wizard. She was the appraisal teacher of all players in Moonlit City. Give me the account book. Gu Fei gestured to the Han family young master. Wait. Brother, you said. What? Everyone looked at Brother Yu. Let me try first. I want to see if this quest can only be completed by Qianli, who has a relationship with the werewolf, Brother Yu said. Let's see what the logic of this parallel world setting is. If that's the case, you can't try. You went to meet the werewolf with Qianli. Logically speaking, it seems like you accepted this quest with Qianli, Sword Demon said. Makes sense. Brother Yu nodded. Let me try. Sword Demon stretched out his hand and asked for the note and account book. Gu Fei looked at them. Their tireless research on online games touched Gu Fei. It would be great if there were so many people who had the same spirit for Kung Fu. The sword ghost took the note and the account book and requested the appraiser to appraise the handwriting of the 2 items. Everyone was worried that the NPC didn't understand what they were talking about. The appraiser nodded and raised 2 fingers. 200 gold coins. Damn. The 6 of them cursed. Shameless. Profiteer. Despicable. The system is crazy poor. The game company wants money more than lives. The discussion went on for a full 10 minutes. Sword Demon weakly interrupted everyone. Hey, are you going to appraise it or not? Appraise it. Wool comes from the sheep, Han family young master said. Therefore, the sword ghost took out 200 gold coins and tossed them to the appraiser before handing over the note and the account book. The appraiser took the note and glanced at it. Then, she picked up the account book and flipped through it. When the 6 of them were guessing which page she was going to stop at, the appraiser had already handed the note and account book back. It's the same handwriting. The appraisal process didn't take more than 5 seconds. The 6 of them didn't even have time to experience the tense moment of holding their breath and staring. 200 gold coins were spent just like that, but they didn't experience any entertainment at all. The 6 of them felt that the system was too despicable. Since it charged such a high price, it should at least do something to appraise it. Such a perfunctory process really made them unhappy. But no matter what, since the system had already spoken, it meant 2 things. First, Adrian was the real mastermind behind the scenes. Second, this plot wasn't only completed by Gu Fei. Han family young master hid Adrian's account book and caused a lot of trouble for Unhindered. Now that the plot is completed, will Adrian admit it when we go back? Sword Demon asked the others. Everyone was confused. The logic in a parallel world was not parallel to reality at all. Sometimes, it was like reality, and sometimes, it was like the rules of an online game. It was unpredictable and tormenting the players' nerves. Just in case, the 6 of them asked the appraiser to produce a proof to prove that the note and the account book were written by the same person. The 6 of them thought that this proof would be an important tool to get Adrian to admit his guilt. Proof. My words are proof. The masked woman was surprisingly arrogant. 6 great experts had been looked down upon by an NPC. The 6 of them could not help but feel indignant as they left. Are we going to find Adrian now? Of course, how can we sleep if we don't go? And so, the 6 of them continued on their way to Luminous Village. On the way, they met quite a number of Cloud City players who were returning to the city. After being informed by Unsworn Sword that they couldn't continue for the day, they were all unhappy that they had wasted an entire night. Looks like this unhindered quest will offend quite a few people. Brother, you looked at the unhappy players and sighed. They lack the qualities of a professional mercenary. Han family young master said. The 5 of them looked at him. Including us. He continued. TCH. The 5 of them looked at him with disdain. With so many mercenaries gathered together, there's no way they'll be united. If they succeed in this unhindered quest, then they'll be lucky. If they fail, then they'll be ruined because of this failure. Let's wait and see. Han family young master said. Why do you look like you're hoping for them to fail? Gu Fei said. I'm just not happy with the atmosphere. He invited us over, but he doesn't trust us enough. TSK, does he really think he can get people to do things for him just by spending some money? One look and I can tell he's not made for a boss. Han family young master said. I think you're thinking too deeply. Gu Fei said, it's not that they don't trust us, it's just that your frequent extortion has made them afraid, so they're avoiding us. You see, this is abnormal. Extortion? If it was extortion, then it wouldn't be this price. That's because they're jealous. They hate that we always have to help them at the crucial moment, so they're avoiding us. To be honest, we're only 6 people, do you think they'll pay us more than 100 people from the Black Hand mercenary group? Let me tell you, it's far from it. We're probably only worth 20 people from the Black Hand mercenary group. That's too much. Gu Fei was angry, I can kill 20 people from the Black Hand mercenary group by myself. That's why. There's no extortion at all. The price I offered is reasonable. Han family young master said. The sword ghost nudged him and said, there's extortion. You hid their account book. Han family young master looked at him in disdain, this isn't extortion, this is fighting for business. Everyone was speechless. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.